All right, I declare open this public hearing of the Select Committee on Workforce Australia Employment Services and welcome representatives of the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. Thank you for appearing before the committee today in what will be a long day. I remind committee members that in accordance with the procedures given for dealing with witnesses, departmental officers shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to a superior officer. Well, there is no more superior officer than the Secretary, in that case to the appropriate minister. I ask everyone participating remotely in this meeting today to please mute your microphones when you're not speaking. Thank you, and we'll do our best at the table here and over there to not shuffle papers into the microphone, which also disturb the broadcast. To the witnesses, for the benefit of Hansard, would each of you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? Do we want to go left to right?
My name is Robin Shannon. I'm the First Assistant Secretary of the Workforce Australia Provider Support Division.
So the microphone just came on, so that was Robin Shannon.
Correct.
Great.
Benedicta Jensen, First Assistant Secretary, Employment Policy and Analytics Division.
Melissa Ryan, First Assistant Secretary, Workforce Australia for Individuals Division.
Natalie James, Secretary.
Nathan Smythe, Deputy Secretary, Employment and Workforce Group.
Miranda Lohman, First Assistant Secretary, Workforce Australia for Business.
And Kylie Crane, First Assistant Secretary, Evidence and Assurance Division.
Thank you. Now, before we proceed, given this is our first public outing, I'd flagged with the committee, I'm just going to make a public statement for 6 or 7 minutes, really to read into the Hansard the frame for our inquiry, and then I'll hand over to the Secretary to do the same. So these remarks are really to set the record, the scene for our inquiry over the next 11 months. And for transparency, I note that whilst this is our first public hearing, it's not our first activity. We've spent the last couple of months reading, engaging and absorbing a large volume of background material and briefings to get our heads around how we want to approach as a committee this very complex task. We've been tasked by the Parliament at the Minister's request to review Workforce Australia, which is the latest version of Commonwealth Employment Services. Now, it is a slightly weird task to be asked to review a system that's only 3 months old, born after 4 years of review and trials, but there are good reasons. The new government has inherited this system. It's the Commonwealth's largest single procurement outside defence, $7.1 billion or thereabouts. And it was arguably not designed for this moment in that it was designed for a very different labour market and a very different caseload. There's strong evidence already that has become apparent that the previous system failed too many Australians and employers. No better example than the current labour market, where employers across the country are screaming for workers. The ratio of job seekers to job vacancies is as good as it's been for decades, yet hundreds of thousands of Australians remain stuck in long-term unemployment queues. Indeed, that is our main focus for today's initial public hearings, to get into the data and understand who are the unemployed people in Australia today. What are their characteristics? Where do they live? How long have people been unemployed, and what's happened during and now past the worst of the pandemic? The current caseload is the hardest that it's ever been. People closest to the labour market have been getting work, and easier to help job seekers are now in the digital environment, but some people are going to be really, really hard to help due to physical incapacity, psychosocial or substance abuse disorders, attitude or other barriers. But some may contend, I'd contend, for far too many people, the system has failed for many years now to prepare, to invest in, to train and skill them so they can seize the opportunities of this moment. Or worse, as many experts have claimed, it's demeaned them and made them less employable over the months and years rather than helping them. So no new government can simply set and forget employment services. And I thank all committee members, Labor, Liberal and the crossbench represented here for their time and commitment to an open-minded inquiry that follows the evidence. Now, I'm not going to preempt our inquiry's results, but just for the record for Hansard, before we commence, I just want to make a few comments, a brief précis of a speech that I gave a few weeks ago in Sydney. The first thing to say is this will be a first principles review where nothing is off the table. We don't want to set up just a complaint shop on the previous procurement round or the IT transition to the new system, inevitable teething problems in any change, or a greatest hits routine of previous reviews. significant aspects of the system design for political reasons, and I commend the department for the professionalism with which they have approached the design of the system and the transition to the new system under the previous government and the current government. But significant aspects of the system design for political reasons were simply not allowed to be questioned in previous reviews, and we will examine them. In this speech, I outlined these are the only animal references, 3 herds of sacred cows, previously sacred cows. Firstly, an extreme work-first ideology, any job's a good job, and the nature of mutual obligation. I think it's fair to say 20 years on from privatisation and the dialling up of work-first ideology, we must examine what impacts this has had societally and economically. Society and citizens justifiably expect that people will make reasonable efforts to secure employment and work in return for social security support. But mutual obligation must actually be mutual and must not harm people or make them less employable. And so we want to consider what it is reasonable to require citizens to do and what will actually help unemployed Australians get work and help employers find the workers that they need. The second point I'd make, the second herd of sacred cows are poverty traps and perverse disincentives that the broader governmental system creates, largely outside the scope of Workforce Australia, but part of the context. And many unemployed or underemployed Australians are making actually quite rational decisions to not work more hours or to reject full-time jobs. Now, without dwelling on these today, people talk about the impact of taper rates, the loss of the healthcare card, and the terror of losing a Centrelink payment, even a small payment, in return for insecure work, given the perceived difficulty in getting back on Centrelink that we're told is an issue if a job doesn't work out. And so the government may also examine these as part of the employment white paper coming out of the Jobs and Skills Summit. Another area of interest and concern is the impact, and public concern I might note, is the impact of payment cancellations. And I made some pretty strong remarks about the targeted compliance framework and the penalty zone, which will be briefed later today by the department on. Personally, I was stunned at the harshness of the language and the approach and said it felt like Boston Consulting meets Squid Games in a kind of dystopian reality TV show that the government has made citizens play every day. But we'll see what others make of it. And thirdly and finally, the third herd of sacred cows is the nature and the extent of privatisation and marketisation. Australia remains largely a global outlier still, with one of the world's only fully privatised employment services systems, save of course for the digital services which have now been brought back in-house as of July. But ultimately, government funds, owns, operates the system and has to be accountable for the system, and after 20 years that seems long enough to examine the evidence and do some deeper dives and reflections on how our system has worked. These last 2 decades of evidence do raise legitimate questions to be debated about the nature and impact of marketisation, and there are a growing number of informed sceptics, who no doubt we'll hear from, deeply concerned that excessive competition and choice has failed the most vulnerable and will continue to fail the most vulnerable of consumers. One byproduct of previous systems has been a profound disengagement, it seems, between employers and Commonwealth publicly funded employment services. Now, the astounding and shocking statistic mentioned in the previous review was that only 4% of Australian employers have engaged with the system. Now, I accept some of the initial advice from the department that the real figure is probably higher than that because some employers don't realise that they've been engaging with a branded employment service. But it's still not remotely right or where I think we would all want it to be. And so in the modern world, we see more employers hanging out on Seek.com and LinkedIn, arguably fleeing the insanity or the deluge of 20 job applications a month, and confused about the at times changing and competing parade of staff in local regions. So I know already that members are interested to find ways to boost the local aspects of employment services, as localism is a key success factor, of course, for finding people work. And you don't have to believe me on this. I'd point to the excellent 2019 report by the Deputy Chair, Russell Broadbent, entitled Living on the Edge, by the committee he chaired in a previous parliament on intergenerational welfare dependence, which revealed and confirmed this. One of its most important conclusions was the importance of local, place-based, tailored solutions that help people at critical or key life stages and moments with greater local collaboration. And the costs, if the Commonwealth fails to help find people work, are borne by the individuals trapped in ever deeper disadvantage, their families and communities, and governments at all levels in the Commonwealth who pick up the tab in other service systems. So the committee has a lot of serious work ahead of it, and this will not be a fairy floss review. But I really thank the department for the cooperation and the spirit in which we've been engaging, which will now bring that into the public debate. Final thing I'll say and then hand over to the Secretary just to set out the process for the Hansard today is a deeper dive into the characteristics of the currently unemployed Australians and to start to expose and explore the nature of some of the current systems and frameworks. The 11th of November, 8th and 9th of December, we'll have public hearings in Canberra, Melbourne and Sydney on Parents Next, which is a pre-employment program for parents, plus a sort of an official visit program in January so we can issue an interim report, as the Minister's requested, by late February on the future of the Parents Next program. We're planning to issue a submission guide then for the rest of the inquiry for the entirety of Workforce Australia and associated programs in November, calling for submissions on the broader system by about February. And then we'll have a series of public hearings, visits and other methods of engagement next year before our final report. So that's the process. It's in the Hansard. And I'd hand over to you now, Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members, for your time today. I would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of the land on which we're meeting today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and I extend those respects to First Nations people with us in the room today and those who may be tuning in online. We very much appreciate your invitation to appear in our first public hearing with you today. Looking forward to spending the next 6 hours sitting on this chair and in this room. And we do actually have some really exciting and we hope engaging presentations to share with you and data to show you. My name is Natalie James and I'm privileged to be the Secretary of the newly formed Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. Our new department has a fantastic opportunity to play a role in reinvigorating the labour market by bringing together employment, skills and workplace relations. The levers in each of these areas should enable us to design integrated, tailored systems and programs that support people into secure, well-paid jobs and to have meaningful careers. As you saw earlier, I'm joined here today by a number of good people from the department, Nathan Smyth, Deputy Secretary of Employment, and a number of his senior colleagues. I want to thank the committee for the work you've done so far, that meticulous research and the private briefings that you've had along the way. It's clear to us you really want to understand this system, where it's come from, and the first principles piece really appeals to me as well. And so we're committed to continuing to engage with the committee in a really productive way, and we want to support you unpack what we acknowledge is a complex system with a lot of history. And we anticipate this won't be the last time we appear before you, and so we'll continue to work with you collaboratively to help you in your task. I wanted to just give a little bit of a sense about just the scale of the evolution of the outsourced employment services system that's been managed by our department and its predecessors. It's got a really long history, beginning with the transition from the CES to private servicing in 1998. Now, the process began being debated, I think, earlier than that, 1996 or 1997. I remember it well because I was a graduate in the public service at the time in the department doing this work. And I certainly recall how contested it was. I had colleagues that were in parts of the department that were moved out into organisations that became the first outsourced system, if you like. And so since then, the system has been through many iterations. It's been refined. It's responded to the labour market conditions, the policy settings of the government of the day. Each new model is informed by what we've learnt from before, evidence, evaluations, and all of the points of view of people in the system. Workforce Australia represents a significant investment for the government, with over $5.8 billion committed over the next 4 years. And as at 30 September, it supported just over 667,000 job seekers. A key motivation in redeveloping the system to form the current system, Workforce Australia, was to make it better, particularly for those who are long-term participants and those who are vulnerable, who seek challenges accessing work. The model was informed by quite a bit of review and consultation, and in particular an independent employment services expert advisory panel chaired by Ms Sandra McPhee AM, which reported to government in October 2018. And there was a large consultation process associated with this. The process heard from over 1,000 people, including a range of stakeholders. The vision for Workforce Australia that's been derived from this process is for a simple, supported, connected and respectful service that supports job seekers to find secure, well-paid jobs and connects them with meaningful skills training. A service that provides flexible online support for those who can self-manage, with a more intensive face-to-face service for those who need it, ensuring resources are used in a way that's efficient and aligned to need. A service that provides business with candidates so that they've got the skills they need. Now, back when the panel reported in October 2018, the labour market settings were quite different from what we find ourselves confronted with now. There was no foreseeing the impact of the COVID pandemic and how this would dislocate so many people from work. The department's caseload doubled to 1.5 million in that period, and while it wasn't planned, it enabled the department to test the operation of its online service platform, which is now the digital part of Workforce Australia, while it was still being developed. And it showed the potential of online servicing and the way that job-ready participants could access what they needed through the online interface. But we're now seeing unemployment rates that haven't been this low since the early 1970s. And Chair, you alluded to this data. There are fewer than 2 unemployed people for every job vacancy. Employers are reporting recruitment difficulty across all parts of the labour market. And while Treasury forecasts unemployment will grow in the next 2 years to 4.5%, that's still below pre-pandemic levels. So the system needs to flex with the changes in participant numbers and the change in circumstances. And while the Workforce Australia caseload is relatively small, 3/4 of it are long-term participants. And a proportion of them are people who became unemployed during that COVID lockdown period, the first one in 2020. There are some people, not the majority of them by any stretch, who have been part of our caseload for 10 years. The system needs to be able to respond. And we also see an opportunity in this time of low unemployment to help these people, some of whom have been out of work for so long, into secure work. Now, Chair, you mentioned the work first approach. Workforce Australia is designed to shift away from a pure any job approach towards investment in training and making sure people have the skills they need to provide a tailored service so that they can get those skills to access and maintain secure work. We want to learn from the program in its early days, as we always do. It's worth noting that it is very early days. It's only been 4 months, so the Workforce Australia has existed about as long as our department has. And we can learn from some of this early data, but some of the data we will show to you today is from the previous system Job Active, because we want to give you that longitudinal sense, particularly of who's in the caseload. We welcome your examination of the program. And I'm now going to ask Mr Smyth to just briefly outline the structure of what we've got designed today. It is a really long session, so people might want to plan their popcorn, lunch and other comfort breaks. And so Nathan, do you want to outline where we're going next?
Thank you, Secretary. So, Chair, today the department's going to take the committee through and the public through a number of key elements, including an overview of the Workforce Australia program, its key objectives and program elements. We're going to give a breakdown of the participant cohort characteristics as at 30 September, including demographic and geographical information. We'll provide a detailed information on mutual obligation requirements and the targeted compliance framework. And then we'll round out today with a demonstration of the online platform, which is used by job seekers and employers. And as the Secretary said, we are, of course, happy to provide any other information that the committee requests.
Just in terms of managing time, because I realised my first failure as chair is to have forgotten to account for a lunch break, so we've given ourselves 15 minutes.
We did note that, Chair.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be speed dating at Aussies or something. We might try and sort of make that 20 minutes or as long as people can actually take to go and get food and come back. So how long roughly are you going to need to run through the presentation, just to make sure we allow some time for questions?
So I've sort of timed myself, Chair, and I can fast track a few of the slides because you've got a copy of it.
Sure.
They're also available. So I'm thinking around 20 minutes.
Okay.
And then that allows the committee, which I'm pretty confident will have a myriad of questions and issues they would like to canvass.
Okay.
So that would
All
be
right,
my...
you run through it. We'll try and be self-disciplined and not interrupt and ask lots of questions on the way, and then we'll see how we go. Thanks.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity, and the intention is for me just to quickly run through Workforce Australia, how we got here, the journey, where we're going to, and then invite questions and answer any of those that your committee may have. So just firstly on this screen, it's just really to point out that employment services are administered across 3 different Commonwealth agencies. If I touch on first, the Department of Social Services has responsibility for the administration of the Disability Employment Services program, which helps Australians with disability get into and progress to employment. Similarly, the National Indigenous Australians Agency administers the Community Development Program, which addresses unique labour market conditions found in remote areas of the country. And finally, the one that we're focused on today is the program administered by the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, which is Workforce Australia. As the Secretary has noted, and yourself, Chair, it commenced on the 4th of July. It replaced JobActive and is the government's mainstream employment services service. Workforce Australia includes an online service and a network of providers to deliver personalised support across Australia. In terms of the overview and objectives of Workforce Australia, as the Secretary noted, Workforce Australia represents a large investment for government with over $5.8 billion committed over the forward estimates. And as of the 30th of September, just over 667,000 participants were participating in Workforce Australia. The vision and objective of Workforce Australia is for a simple, supported, connected and respectful service that supports job seekers to find secure, well-paid employment and connects them with meaningful skills training. It's a service that provides flexible online support for those who can self-manage and independently manage their pathway to employment, supplemented with a provider service which is intended to provide additional face-to-face support for those who need it the most. It's also targeted ensuring resources are used efficiently and are aligned to need. It also provides a service for businesses to help them in supporting and identifying candidates to fill critical roles that they need to fill. In this slide here, this is, I guess, the timeline of how Workforce Australia was developed, informed by extensive stakeholder engagement and service trials. In developing the policy settings for Workforce Australia, as the Secretary noted, it was informed by the Employment Service Expert Advisory Panel I Want to Work Reports 2020 report. The department undertook extensive consultations with stakeholder groups, including providers, community services, peak bodies, conducted user-centred research with individuals and businesses, and its design was refined through service delivery trials. So that's, I think, an important element of what we rolled out on the 4th of July this year. We did test a number of the policy settings. We started off with testing a job seeker snapshot online. We rolled out an online employment services trial in July 2018, which was then replicaged in April 2020 in response to the coronavirus pandemic. And then in 2019, we also trialled a large number of the policy settings, except for the licensing framework in the new employment services trial in Adelaide South and the mid-north coast of New South Wales. And so we, from those learnings, those trials, we've iterated and made adjustments, but noting that further enhancements and adjustments will be made. This slide here is intended to just sort of highlight to the committee some of the changes and improvements that we've made from Job Active to where we are with Workforce Australia. We've made, over the decades, there's been incremental changes and reforms to employment services to improve the service offer, but clearly more can be done. Workforce Australia introduces a number of changes and improvements from Job Active. One being, Workforce Australia is designed to move away from a work-first approach towards more patient investment in employability skills and working with those cohorts that are long-term unemployed or have vulnerabilities that need to be supported. Its intention is to provide tailored case management and wraparound servicing for those who need it, and it recognises the need for a more effective approach to support individuals with complex need and those who are long-term unemployed in helping them to achieve their employment goals. Workforce Australia, in essence, introduces a bifurcated model, that being online servicing for job-ready job seekers that can self-manage, and provider-led services for those individuals who need or choose to receive more personalised support. It also has introduced a shift away from the traditional 20 job searches, which was a feature of Job Active, to a more flexible activation approach, giving more flexible options for individuals to choose how they meet their mutual obligations requirements and give them more personal agency and ownership about what tasks and activities they'd like to undertake. A big feature, though, of Workforce Australia continues to be mutual obligation requirements, and that's still a feature in the system. Okay.
Doing well.
Okay, good, sorry. Okay, on this next slide, this is really just a bit of a summary of what is available in our online services and what's available in our provider services. To take a step back, for Workforce Australia Online is the first level of support for all individuals. It doesn't mean people have to be on income support to access the online service. It's available for everyone, but there's some other elements that come into play if a person is in receipt of an income support payment and has mutual obligation requirements. But in the online service, it's largely for those that have got mutual obligation requirements and are in receipt of an income support payment. They are assessed as being, job ready, are digitally capable, so we assess their capability for using the digital platform, and by using the platform, they can access a range of online learning modules, initiatives. Businesses can use the platform to recruit participants through the online platform, and participants in our online service are supported by a dedicated digital services contact centre, which is administered by the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. For provider services, that's where it's more intensive, tailored support, and individuals receive that through our outsourced provider service modelling. It's provided largely face-to-face. There may be some online servicing taking into account the circumstances. Providers work with individuals to help them to become job ready, assist them to work and manage their mutual obligation requirements, and also providers I should say, work with businesses to connect them to suitable candidates, providing pre-employment training and post-placement support where necessary. Okay. On this slide here, this is really just sort of some of the pillars upon which Workforce Australia for Individuals focuses on. So a couple of key takeaways, because I won't go through them all, is that under Workforce Australia, we've introduced an enhanced assessment process, ensuring the right services are delivered for the right individuals. We also have a feature of ongoing assessments while in service to ensure individuals are offered relevant services, are making progress. We've got some built-in safeguards as well, so to ensure that people aren't left behind. And so similarly, they can contact our Digital Services Contact Centre and providers for any support and at any time when they need it. We've also introduced, and we'll touch on in a few further slides, a more flexible activation approach through the introduction of a new points-based activation system, where individuals can now undertake a range of activities and tasks to meet their mutual obligation requirements. There's review points on levels of activation and length of service to support them and to do some other interventions and safeguards. some incentives to assist individuals into employment. And in the final column, that's really just around our new sort of design of our provider service market, including the introduction of a new provider licensing system. And I'll touch on a bit more in a further slide around how we're going to measure the effectiveness of the provider services through the performance framework, and likewise touch on briefly provider payment model and the generalist and specialist licences. In addition to where individuals can access our online platform, they can also access a range of other sort of complementary programs as well. So, for example, just to call out a couple, Workforce Australia, we also have Transition to Work program, which is a youth specialist employment service that supports disadvantaged young people aged 15 and 24 years at risk, who are at risk of not making a successful transition to work. And I'm sure later in the session on our caseload, you'll note that there is still a large proportion of young people in our online service as well. They don't qualify, they have other attributes that would mean that they don't need to be serviced in transition to work. But if you ask those, I imagine you might ask why that kind of split is in place, and we'll be able to answer that. Similarly, we've got some other programs targeted at mature age participants, including the career transition assistance, employability skills training, work for the dole, skills for education and employment, and the last one is where individuals can access an employment fund where it's appropriate. On this slide here, and we will demonstrate this afternoon in our online demonstration how this would be presented to an individual accessing our online system for the first time. But just quickly, this is a job seeker snapshot, and it's a questionnaire that collects information to help understand an individual's circumstances, their job search confidence, strengths and ability to use online services. It's that first assessment that an individual undertakes after they've initially claim income support. And this assessment is a really valuable tool in being able to help inform an individual's choice of service, where they need to go. Are they best serviced in our online system, or would they better be suited to go to a provider for more tailored intensive case management? The job seeker snapshot, and we have trialled this over a number of years, is usually done online by the individual, but it also can be done by Services Australia as part of their participation interview process, or by an employment services provider, or by our digital services contact centre. An individual can also, if there's a change of circumstances or they want to update their job seeker snapshot, they can do that themselves at any stage as well, or request it be updated with the assistance of a provider. I'm going to skip over that one. In this slide here, this is just in terms of and wanting to call out, with the implementation of Workforce Australia, the target compliance framework, and I note, Chair, you mentioned that in your opening address, has remained largely unchanged at a design and policy level with the introduction of Workforce Australia. However, we have made some operational changes to the targeted compliance framework processes to better align with the vision of Workforce Australia, along with the introduction of the new points-based activation system and the introduction of streamlined job plans. And as I said, there is a separate session later today that will talk through more about our mutual obligation requirements and the targeted compliance framework. So I won't sort of labour the point there, but just in terms of mutual obligations, individuals have mutual obligations if they are receiving income support payments. That includes receipt of job seeker payment, youth allowance for job seekers, parenting payment after a parent's youngest child turns the age of 6, and special benefit paid under particular conditions. And the obligations are largely tasks and activities an individual agrees to do to help find and receive income support. And individuals agree to these obligations when they complete and agree to their job plan. And in this afternoon's demonstration of the platform, we'll also step through how an individual does that, and if they need support, unsure, who they need to call and reach out to. This slide here is just a quick summary of the introduction of the points-based activation system. And this is one of the key changes that's been introduced for individuals under the new system. The new points system is intended to allow participants greater flexibility and choice in how they meet their mutual obligation requirements. Under the previous Job Active system, participants were generally required to undertake up to 20 job searches a month. Under the new points system, participants can undertake a wide range of tasks and activities combined with a minimum job search to meet a monthly points target. The monthly points target is a maximum of 100 points, but individuals can have their points targets tailored, taking into account personal circumstances. So, for example, if a participant is over the age of 55, they would have a 40-point credit. If a participant has a partial capacity to work, they too, or a principal carer, they would have an adjustment to their points target as well. And we've also factored in other adjustments to take into account local labour market conditions as well. So this is reflecting that, finding work, getting work and things of that nature, it's more than just submitting job applications. The points system recognises that, an individual may be able to, undertake other tasks and activities that will support them, give them get that recognition and the like, and likewise. So we've seen that, there's a myriad of tasks and activities now that even after 4 months, that people are now starting to move away from just traditionally submitting job search. They're now doing other activities like obtaining licences, doing recording paid work, and likewise. So we're starting to see how that's sort of working. There were some concerns early on when it was rolled out, but a lot of feedback is now that people are sort of becoming more accustomed and familiar with the new system as well. Participants can also bank points where they've exceeded their monthly points target. So for the next month, they maybe not need to do as much as they've done previously. And likewise, if an individual is finding it difficult to meet their requirements, they are strongly encouraged, and a lot of information is shared with them, to reach out, have a conversation with their provider, work with them to tailor their appropriate points target, or similarly they can call our Digital Services Contact Centre to make those adjustments as well. The last thing we want to do is set somebody up to fail, so we have a lot of safeguards in place to support individuals. This slide here, as I said, I won't go into too much detail here, but this really sets out the mutual obligations, the compliance framework, how it works. There are 3 compliance zones, the green zone, the warning zone and the penalty zone. And we'll, in this afternoon's online demonstration, we'll kind of show you how that kind of tracks and what an individual will see if they do accrue demerit, and if they then accrue multiple demerits and end up in the sort of financial penalty zone, and the steps that we have in place to resolve some of those circumstances. Oh, I should have just said, just in terms of with the implementation of Workforce Australia, the Minister did, prior to the launch of the Workforce Australia on the 4th of July, he clean slated any demerits and financial penalties that were carried over or that were in place under Job Active. So we've kind of clean slated everyone. So they started all afresh on the 4th of July, and also to help participants understand the new requirements, particularly the new points-based activation system. Any participants who commenced in Workforce Australia by the 30th of September were also excluded from compliance action if they did not meet their points target for the first and second reporting periods after signing their new job plan. So there were a couple of other safeguards that we've put in place. I won't sort of step through this one because I'm very cognizant of time. This really just shows you kind of the persona of Stan and what he would find if they were in online services or if they were being supported by a provider. One point that I would want to note for Workforce Australia online services is that at any stage, if a participant is finding it too hard, really wants to have a support of a provider, they can opt out and they can go to a provider. We'll show you how to do that as well in the online system in terms of how an individual can initiate that. They can do it themselves on the online platform, or they can initiate that through a conversation and a call to our digital services contact centre, and then they'll be referred to a Workforce Australia Employment Services provider for support. Similarly, we've built into the system as well that if a participant has been self-managing in online services for 12 months, they will be automatically transferred to a provider for more individualised and intensive assistance unless that particular individual is in paid work, study or training. And they can sort of remain in online services for a period of, I think, a further 6 months to be able to do that. But as I said, if they're not in work, study or training after 12 months, they will be exited to a provider. We think that's probably the right period, given that they might need more intensive support from the providers. This slide here on the key elements, this is really just to show you some of the key elements that Workforce Australia provides for businesses and some of the key elements there. Likewise, as I said, businesses can use our online platform. It's at no cost. So businesses can meet their workforce needs by accessing better applicant matching, undertake workforce planning. They can recruit individuals through the platform by advertising, screening and shortlisting of applicants. Likewise, they can tap into the support of local providers who can deliver more tailored recruitment support for businesses through accessing wage subsidies, through accessing pre-employment programs and post-program support to help train and retain staff once they've employed them. And similarly, businesses also have access to a range of complementary services that provide industry and workforce solutions to support their needs, such as the local jobs program, Launch Into Work, to name a few. Similarly, the platform demonstration this afternoon will show how a business can recruit a vacancy, and then how they can then leverage and access participants who are actually kind of matching what they're kind of matching up with their experience and credentials and experience. I won't touch on this one. And likewise, this one is just sort of a summary on this screen here of what Workforce Australia how it supports businesses through our online services, through provider services, and those other complementary supports that I touched on a moment ago. Okay, so on this slide here, this is around Workforce Australia for employment services providers. And as I said, we did trial a range of we've introduced under Workforce Australia a new provider payment structure, which has been designed to really incentivise providers to deliver personalised and tailored services for individuals. It also acknowledges that providers are now servicing a cohort that are long-term unemployed participants that may have significant vocational and non-vocational barriers, and we've introduced 4 key payment types. We did trial these in our new employment services trial, but we did make some adjustments as well based on the experience of those trials. But the primary payments, and I won't go through all of them in minutiae, are upfront payments, introduction of progress payments, which is we haven't had previously, and that's in recognition that some participants have a range of vocational and non-vocational needs and may not be quite ready to be placed into employment, but that kind of recognises the investment and work that a provider has done to help support those participants to address these challenges on their pathway to employment. And the other remaining payments that are a feature of Workforce Australia are outcome payments, which are payable at 4, 12 and 26-week outcomes when an individual has been placed into paid work. And depending on the participant's job seeker classification instruments score, the department will pay a provider an amount based on a moderate or high score. So there's some differentials based on those scores. And we also introduced under the new Workforce Australia payment settings a partial outcome payment at 26 weeks, recognising that notwithstanding one of our ambitions is to have more people placed into secure full-time work, that the labour market still has a high proportion of part-time roles, and we wanted to recognise the investment and effort that had taken for both the individual and a provider to place that person into those roles. So hence we've introduced partial 26-week outcome payments for providers. This slide here is also a new feature of our Workforce Australia system, and this is our provider performance management framework, and it introduces 5 key modules, and that being sustained employment, progress to employment, quality of service to participants, quality of service to employers, and licensing standards. And a number of those measures will be a mixture of qualitative and quantitative surveys and analysis and the like. The intent is that providers receive licence extensions based on how they're performing, enabling high performers to be recognised through licence extensions, but also recognising that we, under this performance management framework, that if we have poor performing providers, they can actually be exited from the market. On this slide here, this sort of touches on just a couple of key elements of how we've got here in terms of Workforce Australia services and our licensing system. So we didn't trial the licensing system in our nest regions, but we did do an extensive, as you noted earlier, an extensive procurement process at the beginning of the year. And what we've done what we've ended up with is we've established a panel of providers through a procurement process, and panel members are issued licences to operate in specified employment regions, and the department has issued a mix of generalist licences and specialist licences for an initial period of 3 years. In terms of specialist licences, the cohorts that we're focused on are culturally and linguistically diverse cohort. We've issued licences for refugees. We've issued specialist licences for Indigenous participants, and also we've issued specialist licences for ex-offenders. But not every employment region has a specialist licence. This is just a bit of a summary of what I've just said there. The expectation is that if there isn't a specialist licence in a particular employment region, that the generalist licence provider is expected to service the whole cohort regardless. But for those specialist licence providers, they have the caseload referred of that particular cohort, so they can tailor their servicing to address those specific needs of that cohort. That's just a bit of an example of how an employment services provider is expected to work with an individual and a business to be able to adjust and find to support an individual to find their pathway to employment. So we're kind of going back to the example earlier of Stan wanting to find a job, and how the employment services consultant will work with Stan to support them in their pathway to employment. And lastly, hopefully I'm doing good with time, is just a couple of other programs that we do, as I touched on. So Workforce Australia online and provider services, but we also oversee a range of other services and programs to support tailored assistance. So some of those being, and which is subject to this inquiry, is the Parents Next program, but also we can link in and make referrals to apprenticeships, to the Adult Migrant English program, to self-employment assistance and entrepreneur facilitators, and tap into local jobs programs. And similarly, also leveraging a lot of the investment that state and territory governments have undertaken in terms of education, training and skills. So there's a couple of examples listed there. And that is it for me.
Well done, thank you. Okay, as we said, this is a first date, if you like, in a public date with the committee, and we'll see each other further. So we don't need to cover everything, but I'll just ask a few questions, and to manage time, we can eat up the lunch break and just shuffle back. There's a couple of bits in the program. I can see we can condense things a little bit later. So we'll give this about half an hour or so maximum. Look, firstly, I think to the Secretary, you said in your introductory remarks, and then Ms Ryan echoed that, that Workforce Australia was, I quote, designed to shift away from the any job approach. Can you explain to the committee then why the work first approach, the any job's a good job approach, was deemed to have failed?
I'm not sure that we would form the view that it had failed. I think that the people who were assisting the inquiry might be able to comment on what it is that led them to shift away to a more nuanced approach.
Do you want to go?
I'll jump in too there, Chair. One of the decisions that was made was to look at the characteristics of the caseload that are best serviced by providers, and that was a more disadvantaged, vulnerable caseload that had characteristics that meant that you needed to invest time and effort into that individual to ensure that they could overcome those barriers so that they were more likely to be able to secure reasonable employment prospects. And those that could self-manage could do that themselves. So the whole approach was, rather than getting people into jobs because that would be beneficial for them, it was the problem was seen that they could churn through the system. So they would get a job, but because you hadn't overcome some of their barriers, they hadn't had the vocational or non-vocational aspects of their circumstances met, they could churn through employment services system, so be out for 5 weeks in a job, but then suddenly have a relapse of a certain condition or whatever, and then they're back in the unemployment services caseload. So it was an upfront greater investment in individuals rather than just getting them into a job. And that's now the characteristics of our caseload in many respects. We're seeing a much more vulnerable and disadvantaged caseload. So that's part of the rationale, was to stop potential churn and to allow people to stick in the labour market longer.
Except that the caseload's very different, and in significant part that's a function of the current labour market, that people closer to the labour market, more employable, easier to help, are far more likely to get work now because there's just heaps of jobs around. It's not a new thing, though, that there's been long-term unemployed or very disadvantaged job seekers. And what I've heard from the presentation is there is a conscious move away from the work first ideology, any job's a good job, for that cohort. But that's not a new thing. We've had those job seekers for many years.
So it's Benedict Jensen here. Look, I would comment that you're absolutely right. Long-term unemployment was a serious concern and a motivation for the review that led to Workforce Australia. So at the time, the long-term participants on the caseload would have been around 66% of the caseload, and that obviously has grown further during COVID. So while Job Active, relative to predecessors, was, through our evaluations, has shown has been doing better at getting disadvantaged job seekers into work, it just wasn't enough. So a key motivation was to do an even better job at servicing those long-term unemployment, and the recognition that a more patient approach to investing in skills and other ways to increase employability was important. Hence the focus and the introduction of progress towards payments to support that type of patient investment, as an example of moving away from
Chair,
workforce.
the other issue is that a lot of those people really find themselves not being competitive when they're going for jobs, the longer term. So if you look at 10 people going for a job, and we know that there's sometimes less than that now because of the labour market circumstances, but at the time, 5 people would have been in employment. Yep. So they had a much greater advantage. Around 4 people out of those 10 would have been very short-term unemployed or just cycling through the system, and 1 with a more disadvantaged long-term unemployed. So you had one person competing against all of those others for a job. So the decision was made that we needed to invest a lot more upfront in those people to make them more competitive in the labour market, to be able to kind of stick in a job, rather than just forcing them into a job that would make them, as I said earlier, churn back through the system very quickly.
Well, I think everyone knows, it's kind of common adage and common sense, that it's far easier to get a job when you already have a job to come from. And there's a whole lot of stigma and shame and risk that employers may put on employing someone who's been long-term unemployed. So, look, seems to be a welcome change, and it was well supported by the previous review. But you've outlined the greater flexibility, supposedly with the point system. Whether or not that actually eventuates, though, depends in significant part, from my understanding, on provider behaviour. Will the providers actually use the greater flexibility which we're told they now have, or will they continue to try and beat people with a stick to chase the short-term outcome payments? How do we actually know, and when will we know if we're seeing those kind of shifts that you're hoping we'll see? Because we hear from unemployed people, you know,
course.
MPs move around the community,
So-
that my provider won't invest in me. They're
Yeah.
just telling me I have to go and take this short-term job even though I've identified the upskilling I want to do.
Yep. So, Chair, so it is still early days, but what we can see through some of the data that, we expect providers to provide tailored support that meets the individual job seeker's needs. So that will be an assessment part of their performance, the performance framework that they're measured and assessed against. So they really need to demonstrate how they're doing that. Likewise, we've built in some safeguards into the system so that if an individual, for example, is over 55, has a partial capacity to work, is a principal carer, we've actually made it a bit easier now. Up until last week, providers had to go in and individually update a participant's job plan to reflect that. We've rolled out IT functionality that's automatically applied to an individual. So I know I've seen of some individuals that are saying, I didn't know that I could get a 40-point credit. Well, now they can automatically get that. So that sort of eases off, well, how many points do I have to meet this month? I've been out and travelling and seeing and visiting a range of providers who I've sort of asked them, how are they tailoring the point system with the individual? What are they doing? So a lot of them have given me examples where they've, working with individuals, getting them to use the new app, showing them, getting them to upload when they've completed a training program, how they've been able to track paid work, some of those other kind of vocational, non-vocational barriers which we know need to be overcome sometimes before they actually can get placed into paid work. And so getting that kind of recognition. So I guess it's like lived experience. We're interrogating the data. We're following up with providers to see if there's something that's not, doesn't meet the pub test. What's going on with those individuals? And we will do those interventions. Likewise, with the targeted compliance framework, I've sort of asked providers in my trips around, how are they using that to engage with job seekers? They're taking a very different approach in terms of engagement. They're taking multiple times to meet with them, to have that initial appointment to do their job plan. Previously, they may have applied a sanction, like applied a payment suspension and got them to do that. They're taking a more measured, patient approach. There is a place for the targeted compliance framework at times, but they're trying multiple attempts because they want to come and strike a better relationship with the individual.
We'll get to the targeted compliance framework later in the day. Perhaps if you could take on notice and give us a follow-up, a description, what are the metrics specifically that you're going to be looking for and measuring that we can understand and examine that would evidence the shift? Because you've given us a bunch of anecdotes, and I accept that it's early days, but how would the committee and the public be confident that we are seeing a shift in philosophy away from the 20 jobs a month, any job's a good job approach, which for too long seems to have created this churn of people in and out without, as you say, giving people the space to be patient and invest in upskilling people, which overwhelmingly is what the current labour market demands, greater skills. So how are we actually going to measure and see that change?
And Chair, I think it will take a little bit of time for the system to kind of settle down, and so I would anticipate at some point next year. And our first licence review we're going out to participants for the first time, really, as Ms Ryan said, to look at the quality of the service from a participant perspective as to how they felt that they were treated by providers and their circumstances. And providers need to have performance, good performance across all of the 5 metrics that we're applying in order to get a licence extension. So if they don't perform in that particular category, then they won't be getting a licence extension. So we've tried to balance it all out and give more agency back to participants in the system to be able to give us that direct feedback.
Right. I'll just ask one other couple of short questions and then open it up. I mean, we could talk all day. In terms of employers, I think any of us could talk to employees in our electorate and they say, I won't engage with that system because when I do, I just get flooded with job applications from people trying to meet their mutual obligations who are clearly not suitable. And that's why I don't engage with the system. The 20 job applications a month is still there for a significant number of job seekers, although they may choose to access greater flexibility and trade off some of those. How can we be confident, and what's your view about how we improve employer engagement? Because the percentage of employers in this country is just too low that engage now with the Commonwealth-funded system.
So, Chair, Miranda Lohman, there are a couple of design aspects in the system that seek to address that. So certainly the Workforce Australia online system now allows an employer to go online and not necessarily post a job ad, but to look at the profiles of candidates who've asked to make their profile public and to look against the kind of characteristics, the locations, the skills or core accreditations that they might need. So there's a proactive way they can lean into the system by design now. But we also have a range of additional supports that sit around the system that allow employers to engage either through their local community or through the department's employer liaison officers to look specifically at their recruitment needs and to understand what kind of job seekers are available and to design recruitment processes that are more sympathetic to the job seekers who are available but reflect their need in the workplace. So what we're seeing is projects being established that, for example, help a job seeker move through pre-employment training to start a role, and then employers enrolling those job seekers in apprenticeships. Because of the labour market, there is a lot of interest from employers in working with us, and we do that also through industry groups, which allows us to, I suppose, influence at that systemic level. So small businesses who perhaps don't have the time to engage directly with the system can do so with the support of their peak bodies as well.
I mean, that all sounds nice, but the figure accepted in the previous review, and I understand the general point you make that it's probably a bit higher, is that 4% of employers engage with the system. We've set up a system which is regionalised and has a lot of competition, and as you said, Mr Smythe, if someone doesn't perform, we terminate their contract and you get a new mob in. I'm struggling to understand how that creates ongoing relationships with local employers, and that seems to be part of why we've got to that situation where 4% of employers engage with the system. Why would an employer choose to use Workforce Australia when they can go and use seek.com?
Well, it's a good question, Chair, but part of the tender process was for providers to demonstrate to us the linkages that they would have in their employment regions with local businesses and with national businesses as well, and how they were going to better establish linkages to ensure that they knew industry needs and they could project that out and start to build programs and pre-employment programs to provide pipelines for participants into those businesses. So that was part of the tender design and the criteria that we assessed providers against. And so we are going to hold those providers to account that they have actually engaged more with business on the ground. We're doing that through, as Ms Lohman said, with our local jobs program to ensure that we've got much greater linkages into the needs of local communities and the business community, etc. We've got local business leaders that are sitting on some of those boards. So we're trying to create a much more integrated system and to make it more aware, employers far more aware of the offering that we have. Whether they choose to use that depends on whether they feel they're getting value out of the system and it's meeting their needs. I think it's too early to actually say at this particular point in time that that's actually occurring.
I'll just finish this line of questioning because the Deputy Chair suggested that we finish this topic. Did you want to add something?
I did. I was just going to say, going to some of the points you were making just around sort of quality of applications and other things, in that provider performance framework that we're assessing providers against, it does specifically have an employer focus in there. So looking at that quality of servicing to employers, what is that engagement like, and also looking at the quality of job search. So are they working with job seekers to tailor their applications to apply for the right job? So it's picking up both sides of that as well.
In a given local region, one of the principles that this privatised system's been built on is that more competition and choice will automatically, some would say magically, lead to better outcomes for vulnerable consumers and for users of the system, being employers. One of the things that I hear from local employers is this is just too confusing. The minute I engage, I get multiple individual companies all coming at me wanting to sign up. It's just too much, it's too confusing. How do you get around this tension between the principle of competition in a local region? So you've got multiple services all tripping over each other in the worst kind of example, or circling like sharks for the jobs that are available, but a notion that employers just want someone to deal with and may seek greater collaboration. How do we resolve that kind of tension that seems inbuilt into the system?
So in part, Chair, that's addressed through our local jobs program where we have employment facilitators who are on the ground across the 51 employment regions and really act as a translator and an access point, not only to Commonwealth employment services, but to the range of supports that state and local government are also putting in place. They work very closely across providers and, as Mr Smythe mentioned, with local business owners, with skills providers, to try and demystify what is a very complex system that the Commonwealth has, but even more complex because there are a lot of services, a lot of interventions that are possibly available, and those employment facilitators and their task force play an important role in trying to serve as a one-stop shop to connect people to the services that are available, to avoid duplication and to really encourage collaboration that meets the needs particular to those local labour markets.
Chair, if I might add to that, just in the design of the actual quasi-market, if you like, provider market, the department does control the number of licences issued to providers. So we do look at the characteristics and number of participants that live in a particular employment region and assess really what we think is an optimal number of providers. I take your point that there's a balance between competition and multiple approaches to employers. I guess one of the other things we're trying to balance is actually choice for participants. So on the one hand, fewer providers might make it easier for employers, but on the other hand, we do want to give both employers and participants some choice about who they receive services from. So I take your point that there's a tension there, but we are actually trying to balance some competing objectives as well.
It'd be good to get some data as well as a question on notice on how many participants exercise their theoretical right to choice. The Brotherhood of St Lawrence and others have put views, I suppose, that they think that there's too much competition and that the notion of choice is better framed or understood as being around the user choice of pathway as opposed to a very rarely exercised choice between providers, but it'd be good to get some data on that.
We can certainly look
It's a key design principle in the marketisation that one of the many things we want to think through is whether we've got the balance right between competition versus collaboration and clarity of relationships for users. I'll go to the Deputy Chair.
I just want to come back to where you were a couple of minutes ago. Ms James, you've got these regional people you're talking about, the liaison between the players. You've got providers desperately trying to gain access to the workforce and those that are available. The main thing being the relationship between the provider through their workforce and the business community. So you've got a whole lot of avenues in place to make that happen. Then 96% of people are not using the service. It's just not happening. One of my thing's always been, if you take something away, what difference would it make? And when you present me a figure of 96%, if we're in my business today, and you came to me, Ms James, and you said, look, 96% of people aren't using this service, only 4% are using it, and here's the resources you are putting into it. You have to balance between the two and say, well, if that's not working, is there, by the way, when we get 50% of people using the service, 50% of employers, I look at every local paper wherever I go around the country, and the major pages of advertisements are for people to work. Now, they wouldn't be advertising in those papers if that didn't work, so obviously 50% of employers using their local paper. But the best we can get with all the resources that you are clearly pouring into this, we're getting 4%, or 96%. Is 4% an accident that they rang up? You know,
there are a number of dimensions to this, Deputy Chair, and I guess it is clear from the Jobs Summit outcomes and the discussions that we saw at the Jobs Summit that it's really important. This engagement with employers and industry is really important because we want to be skilling people for the jobs that exist, and you know, by and large, you could get great success, I think, by placing people in jobs with wage studies, with support, and you know, that's a model that I think people would like to see more of local initiatives and place-based initiatives with industry and providers coming together. The employers, I mean, dare I say it, so it's important that we focus on employers. I do think this is a problem. You know, it's a very fair question. Why would an employer go to Seek or LinkedIn? Well, because there's a bigger market there. And the market on Seek and LinkedIn are probably going to be people, many of whom would be in a job right now. And so, you know, there is this piece about encouraging employers to consider a cohort of people, many of whom haven't been in work recently and some of whom haven't been in work for a long time. But we have to remember that the primary activity is directed towards the job seekers. The primary activity is directed towards helping the job seekers access the employment market, helping them gain the skills and confidence they need to themselves approach employers. So, you know, whether it's job applications or other activities, it is about the job seekers and helping them become job ready, if you like, if they're not already there. And so there are a couple of different dimensions to this, but I would agree with you, 4% is not enough. It's not acceptable.
If you said to me, look, 35% of employers are using this. The other thing, on the other side of the bucket though, your pool is not as employable as other pools of possibilities. I'm putting that as nicely as I possibly can. They are a difficult, now very few of them are not difficult to, and they get jobs, but the other part of the pool is most difficult to get into particular employment. It's not straight out opportunities. So therefore, the employers that are investing in that pool are prepared to take on someone with difficulties.
Look, and I think it's take it back a step as well. You know, one of the things we're all aware of is that there are some, do I use the word stigma, or there are some myths perhaps that we need to work harder to overcome about certain cohorts of people in the workplace. When, in association with the Jobs Summit, we had a roundtable about mature age workers, and the feedback coming overwhelmingly from representatives in this group is that the biggest challenge is overcoming the idea that people have, and you might say it's discrimination, that older people are not able to be productive in the workplace for whatever reason. And so, you know, I think you will see when we take you through the caseload data that that the mature age cohort is quite a significant cohort, and in the long-term unemployed group. So too people with a disability. And that's obviously there are broad ranges of challenges that they might encounter. But again, I think for many employers, there's a question of working with them to understand just how productive these people can be in their workplaces. But for many employers, it's not going to be a priority for them. I would hope at any time, but particularly with the labour market settings we currently have, that there's been no better time to have the conversation about employing people who are perhaps different from the cohorts you usually employ. Employing people who are different from the people you're used to working with, and overcoming some of these misconceptions.
It'd be too much to ask, I'm not asking you for this, but it'd be very hard to assess how much resources the government is putting into that situation around liaison officers and how much the workforce people are putting in and the liaisons within the community, all those sorts of things. You couldn't really work out how much resources we're throwing at that, could you?
Well, these programs do have budgets and dollars attached to them. So we can certainly provide information about the dollars that are attached to those, because each of them is a different program. And yes, they're all working together. I concede it's a confusing landscape. I've come into this landscape and I acknowledge, as I'm trying to get my head around all the different programs and the complementary programs and how they work together, it is not self-explanatory. And so it is on the providers who are operating in the system to work together, and the local employment facilitators play a really important role. And one of the things I think we need to do is make sure people are aware of their existence. And so, that role that they can play in brokering initiatives and solutions within a region, bringing these parties together, including our state offices, could be quite powerful. But are we really leveraging them enough? And our providers, that is something that we need to be confident of to really maximise.
If their department people, aren't they actually doing the job that the people you are paying as providers to do?
They're not department people, the employment facilitators.
Oh, they're not?
No, they're independently, I suppose, contracted to undertake that work. And a lot of them might have been chairs of local chambers of commerce and things like that, and they have a good understanding of the business community within their region. It's fair to say, no question, that not enough businesses were using employment services that were provided by government. We started to see that significantly change during COVID, when we had a number of organisations were screaming out for labour, and we were able to broker a number of, agreements between organisations and people on our caseload to move them into work. And so we saw an opportunity there to amplify the department's role in brokering more businesses into the Workforce Australia model. But we needed to be better and easier to do business with than we were. And we've looked to transform the way that we do that and the way that we interact. We've taken a sectorial approach. We've taken a regional place-based approach as well. And we continue to provide our providers and our employment facilitators a lot of data as to what's going on in the labour market, where the growth opportunities are, where the areas in decline are, and how we can potentially move people into new skills, etc. That's going to take a little bit of time, to be honest, Deputy Chair. And the other thing worth mentioning is that sometimes people won't necessarily realise they're employing someone out of Job Active or Workforce Australia because some of those stigma issues. A lot of people, the vast majority of people, find their own jobs because they've been given the skills and the understanding and assistance to be able to make themselves more presentable to employers and more attractive as well. So they're choosing to take on jobs without necessarily sometimes the brokerage role that a provider or the department can actually take, but getting themselves into employment. And that's a useful thing, but it's not necessarily visible to all of our data that that's actually occurring.
I don't want anybody in the department to think I'm asking this question as a criticism. I'm trying to find a way that the chair can present perhaps opportunities for we as a nation to do a better job with the cohort of people you're finding most difficult. It's a genuine approach from the committee, not about criticism of what the department's doing or what the providers are doing. It's all about, I've got to ask a question on that to see if there is another way that even over and above what you're doing already, if you've got the money to do it, what we might do. So I'm probably taking up other members' time now. I'm
going to go to Dr. Charlton and Aaron. Can I just summarise that perhaps and leave you with a thought? And one of the things that strikes me, and I suspect others from a lot of reading and thinking about the system as it's evolved, is we've spent a lot of time as a society over 2 decades focused on supply. So much of the system has been designed around beating ever harder unemployed people. Some of that built on, I think, unhelpful political stereotypes that somehow people are lazy and if only we, push them further, then somehow they'll go and get a job. As you said, most people find their own jobs. I think it's a contestable claim whether that's because the system's improved them or whether they've just gone and found their own jobs. But as, so much of that's been built on this issue of conditioning the supply, beating unemployed people, work for the dole. We can get to that later on. Any job's a good job, as we've heard. The insanity of just keep applying for 20 jobs a month and somehow after 5 years long-term unemployed with no investment in skills, somehow that will get you a job. It's just patent nonsense. It's built on these stereotypes. But so much the system's on supply. One of the things I think we will be searching for is what do we need to do to rebalance it around demand? And some of it's changing impressions, but there is risk for employers. We know that. Small, medium businesses find it risky to take on people with no recent work history, with characteristics. So there is a de-risking, but what can we do apart from just band-aids and sticky tape? I love my local employment facilitator, but it's one person in a giant region with hundreds of thousands of, tens of thousands of unemployed people. It's one person. And it feels like we've done these band-aids and sticky tape to try and fiddle around with demand because it's not designed well enough into the core system. So I just leave that as to try and summarise that supply-demand issue because it's an issue we're going to have to keep exploring. Go to Dr. Charlton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the Department for the useful presentation. In the presentation, you identified a number of performance management frameworks for providers and others, including metrics like employment outcomes, service quality, etc. My first question is, are those metrics publicly available at the system level, if not at the provider level?
So the information on what will be looked at in the performance framework is available publicly. The actual measures themselves, some of those will be phased in over time. Where they become available, yes, they'll be provided to provider first and then publicly released. I'd have to take on notice the dates, but from recollection, that's around April next year that the first of them would start to become publicly available. But the intent is that provider would have access to that first, obviously, because that they're managing their business and we want them to see and make adjustments, and then externally available once we've done that. I should also flag that as part of this, we will obviously be wanting to make sure that we've got the right measures, that the thresholds are appropriate and other things. So a continuous improvement review process is part of what we're looking at, and the threshold review will occur early next year.
And what are the metrics that will become publicly available starting in April?
I'd have to take that one on notice. I can have that available a little later in the session if you need.
Okay, yeah, if you could take that on notice, that would be great. You talked very helpfully about lots of the changes that have been made in the new system from the old system and some of the motivations for those changes. Could you just describe to us what metrics you would expect to improve as a result of those changes and what metrics you'll be looking at to observe that improvement in the current system?
One of the key metrics for us is obviously a reduction in the caseload of long-term unemployed and a significant increase in the level of skilling that participants on the caseload have had occur throughout the course of various contracts. So we want to see greater investment in individuals taking advantage of a number of the skills and training initiatives that the government has available as well, and assessing that through one of those metrics in there is progress to employment and how we define some of those progress to employment elements around upskilling and reskilling people. But also, I think it's the whole performance framework as to whether or not we're meeting employer needs out there, whether the quality of service to participants is actually part of it as well. And what we don't see is people coming back onto the caseload after a 26-week outcome is actually paid. So we start to see people in longer-term, more sustainable employment. One of the problems we have there, Dr. Charlton, is the fact that as yet, we don't have access to single touch payroll. So once somebody leaves our system after 6 months, we don't track them, apart from some surveys that we undertake, post-placement kind of surveys and that down the track. But we're not able to better understand that person or that individual's circumstances 12 months down the track, what industry they're in, whether or not the training that they received either by a provider or that they decided to undertake themselves was relevant to the job that they find themselves in. That kind of information, should we be able to get it, will provide us with a greater opportunity to start designing some of the performance frameworks that we might need to ensure that we're better able to meet the needs of the business community and the individuals through this.
And I might just add to that, the performance framework as it's been designed is very deliberately meant to be holistic and balanced. So looking at what's happened in a number of the past programs around where particular cohorts of participants may not have been serviced well or serviced as frequently as they should have been. So not having all of the attention and measure just on one part, and actually picking up, as Mr Smythe has said, progress to employment plus sustained employment, looking at that quality of servicing from both the participant's perspective and an employer, and looking at whether the provider is compliant with their obligations under the deed. So we are trying to cover off all of those elements and certainly picking up on what we've learnt from previous employment services.
Thank you. Do you have any way to measure the quality of the match between employers and employees rather than just the duration of the time out of employment?
Within the framework itself, probably only at a very surface level. So certainly, as I indicated earlier, there is a piece of work with employers around the service they're getting from a provider and the quality of job seekers that are being referred to them or how they're engaging. In terms of the servicing for the job seeker, we are looking at what service the provider is providing. So are they working to tailor the job applications, looking at the skills that the applicant has? Are they applying for different jobs in different ways? Probably less so if your question goes to a match post-placement.
Yeah, there's possibly, I think, one measure in the performance framework that looks at whether the employer comes back to use the service again as a kind of satisfaction measure, a proxy measure, which I think will be useful. But I think, to go to the heart of part of the question around whether businesses are using the system, one of the pieces of feedback that we've got historically is, of course, the red tape, if you like, associated, the complexity and the red tape for employers to hurdle. So again, even in this context, we're trying to collect information in ways that's not too intrusive, because if we want to get a lot of really detailed information from employers that we can't find through some other source, then, if we make it hard for them to transact with us, then they won't want to use the system. So I'm not sure how granular, as Ms Crane said, I'm not sure how granular information we can get. I suspect that more qualitative feedback will probably be a key part of the answer to your question.
Look, and I think it's fair to say that while in Workforce Australia there is a deliberate shift away from a pure work-first approach, the system is still designed to reward providers for putting them into jobs, and they are paid based on the longevity in those jobs up to the 26-week mark. We don't know really what happens to them after that. And so, this is a piece I would love us to have more information about. And as it's one of the first questions I asked when I came into the department, well, how do we know whether they're having a good time over there, whether they stick in that job, whether they just churn through other low-paid casual jobs? One of the things Mr Smythe mentioned about single-touch payroll is if we had access to that sort of data, we could do more testing and checking in about what happens to our participants after they are placed and effectively leave income support. It's worth remembering this system is set up and designed for people on income support because they are on income support. And once they are no longer on income support, this system, and I hate to put it in these terms, doesn't care about them. And we as people who have designed the system care about them. We want to know what goes on with them afterwards and how that impacts on the labour market. But the system is full of, in my observation, a lot of blunt instruments. I feel like Workforce Australia has more nuance in it, like the points as opposed to 20 jobs a month, but it is still a system designed to get people who are on income support off income support by getting into work. That at its heart is still what it is designed to do. I think I'm being fair, aren't I, Crew? I'm the latest person to join this team, so I'm not being unfair, am I?
Right, and I think, Mr. Charlson, probably what you're thinking about is, does the system allow people to have as good a match as possible for their level of skills and qualifications? And the fact is, it's not predicated on that. So the objective really is to get people into a job rather than to allow them to wait until it's a perfect match. However, obviously providers will do their best to match things as well as they can, but unlike perhaps some systems overseas where if you're on unemployment insurance, you may have a bit longer
Can I just intervene and observe there? Just again, these are markers for our future inquiry. There's two extremes there. One's the perfect match, and the other is, the immediate, casual, low-paid work. Particularly for longer-term unemployed people or people who've had a great work history but the factory closed, and they simply don't have the skills for the new jobs or good jobs that are sustainable, that they can keep paying their mortgage on. There is a bit in the middle which is allowing people to just take some time out and reskill for the next 10 or 20 years. That's a bit we also need to look at. Because I'm not convinced, I'm sceptical, let's say, that the system still allows people, from what I've seen through my office, that the system still allows people to take some time off and actually do some proper training to get back in the labour market in a sustainable way. So I just make the point that in those two stereotypes...
We don't do that now.
We don't do that anymore. But between those two stereotypes, and I know you weren't meaning them as stereotypes, but immediate casual work
There's a crossover in policy settings in government around what you qualify for if you're on, say, youth allowance study.
Sure.
And youth allowance and that creates a tension.
I'll go back to Dr. Charlton to finish off, but some people have said to me they get really upset when they have a legitimate aspiration to get a proper job, a sustainable job, one that has sick leave, one that they can, feel a connection with, and they're told they're just being a job snob by their provider and they should just take a job which is nothing like this kind of job that they've had before. There is a medium or a spectrum there. Dr. Charlton?
Thanks, Chair. I think it is an interesting question about whether or not the objective is to put people into jobs or whether it's to put them into good jobs, and I accept the trade-offs involved in adding a quality of job into the aspiration. Maybe we could park that. My final question is, you mentioned in your previous response that some of the metrics that you're looking at as to whether or not the new system has successfully delivered on the intended improvements over the previous system were reduction in long-term unemployed, increasing the level of skilling, further progress on the pathway to employment, better satisfying employers' needs, employers returning to the system. If those are the metrics that you are interested in to adjudicate this key question as to whether or not the new system is achieving its objectives, and I appreciate that it hasn't been in place for very long, but do you have any early data or observations on how the system is performing on those metrics and whether or not it's meeting the motivations that caused it to be implemented above the previous system?
It would be too early to say we have the metrics on the framework itself. Certainly some of those things we're starting to get early information through, so things like servicing rates and looking at whether people are actually getting an appointment with their provider and actually commencing job plans. So they are things that we're actively monitoring at the moment. In terms of when the full framework comes to fruition, that won't be until early next year. I know particularly in relation to sustained employment, as an example, it's far too soon to see those outcome measures. You won't see those until the system has been up and running for some time. The other point that I would add, though, is we will be doing a full evaluation of Workforce Australia. And so the framework, as we've discussed it here, it will monitor how the providers are performing, and it will obviously inform perform, where they need to improve, and inform any licensing decision. But this will be separate to the actual evaluation itself, which is far more comprehensive, and will compare Workforce Australia to obviously its predecessors, and against other elements of the model that are unique to Workforce Australia. That is a much longer time frame. It will include longitudinal surveys, it will include the usual kind of approach around analysis of our administrative data, quantitative and qualitative surveys that are conducted, and it does have, as part of that longitudinal survey, for the first time, a much longer tail of surveying participants in the program. So I think, as mentioned earlier, we do some post-program monitoring which picks up about 6 months after people have left. This will follow people for about 4 years after. So sizable group of, it's about 8,000 participants we will follow through the system. That final evaluation is not due until 2028 as the final report.
So no, at this stage, given its early days, you're not able to say whether the system is delivering the results that you had hoped it would.
Not against that framework. I'd say the things that we are monitoring, we are seeing job seekers commenced, we are seeing them engage with their providers. It is too early to indicate whether we're seeing success out of some of those other measures. And certainly the tailoring of servicing is the other point that we are paying close attention to. And as Ms Ryan indicated earlier, that is some of the things that we are obviously seeing at the moment in the system.
I think we're going to need to move on because we're really running out of time. Again, you're very welcome to provide supplementary notes as you review the Hansard on any of these points. Mr Violi?
Thank you, Chair. Just in regard to, I guess, the supply and demand issues that we've been talking about in the localised, and particularly the local employment facilitators. So keen to understand, with their KPIs and I guess the tender process, how do you ensure that there's alignment between what they're KPI'd on and the employment services providers? And then as a bit of an extension of that, as an example, childcare deserts in regional areas is something we talk about. Now, is the expectation that a local employment facilitator would identify that need in an area and then work to make sure that the job seekers are then skilled in childcare in that very simple example?
So the short answer is yes. Both the employment facilitator, supported by the members of their local jobs and skills task force, are charged with preparing a local jobs plan that identifies key industry opportunities and opportunity points for employment for job seekers within their local region. I would qualify that won't always be the top 10 jobs in demand, particularly where there's another initiative in place that is focused. So it will be around where the committee thinks there's good prospects for job seekers and where they're able to sit in well with other local programs. But certainly we do have a number of those jobs and skill plans that identify childcare as a key priority. And certainly I've just recently been looking at some of those programs. One of the things we're trying to do is also to not just look at their success or lack of success in the local area, but to understand what it is that drives that. Why are we able to match 100% of program participants in one project to a role and not in another role? And so to understand those learnings and then share them across facilitators across the country so that people get the benefit not only of their local experience, but have the opportunity to learn from each other as well.
And then in terms of their remuneration, are they on a performance incentive similar to the employment services providers, or are they more sort of a salary-based role given the nature of their work?
So it's an overarching contracted arrangement with an organisation that then employs an employment facilitator and a support officer to assist them. Their KPIs centre around engagement in the community and really around building capacity in the community as well as the job outcomes. So it's that dual focus. And often we do see a number of really positive outcomes that come about from the connecting, not necessarily from a particular funded program or project.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Okay, Dr. Molina is just waiting to come back on. I'll just throw a couple in briefly while we wait for him. What qualifications are required to be an employment service provider consultant? So I walk in as a job seeker, an Australian, into one of these offices and someone's in front of me. What qualifications do they need to do that job?
Chair, there's no mandatory minimum qualification to be an employment consultant or job coach or mentor or the like. But what I can say is that I think an industry standard has been set by default through the tender process. My observation is that and I'm happy to check, but I would think that almost all of the successful providers indicated that they were working towards or expected that their frontline staff would have a certificate for qualification in either employment services or community support or disability support. A number of them also indicated that they had access to multidisciplinary teams such as allied health professionals, in-house psychologists, counsellors, a range of roles like that. I know that this is something that the industry associations have also done quite a bit of examination of, and they do provide professional training to the sector.
Yep.
But at the moment, there is no required minimum standard, but certainly providers that indicated that kind of level of staff qualification and ongoing training, they were the kinds of responses that obviously had good weight against that relevant selection criterion in the tender process.
It's one of the issues that I read came up in the previous reviews, the deprofessionalisation over 20 years of the sector. And if you could perhaps take on notice and give us a sense of at least what the department sees as desirable qualifications. What's the broad suite of qualifications that in an ideal office that you walk into you'd like to see most staff had? Because, not meaning to verbal you, but with respect, that's the same kind of waffle answer that parliaments in the past would have got about financial services, and we know where that led, and numerous other sectors that we hope and we desire, and the providers promise that they're moving in that direction. But there's no current guarantee of a particular qualification or standard if someone walks into an employment service office. So it'd just be good to get your sense of what the ideal spread is. I'm still waiting for Dr. Molino. Does the department have a view about the ideal service model? What's a good employment service provider? What does a good model look like? How does the department maintain a view on that, given you commission billions of dollars of contracts? How do you know?
Part of our performance framework and the standards that we're setting through that, Chair. But one of the difficulties we have is that we operate within the policy settings that are a little bit outside of our control as well. And so
we're here to help.
We look forward to your report, Chair, and your recommendations.
I mean, I think we bought something that's had quite a few features that I would suggest are the elements of a model that we think is desirable. So we looked to providers to specify how they would deliver intensive case management assistance. We asked providers to indicate how they would identify the types of interventions and support that people needed. We are purchasing a service, and we don't have a specific model in mind. We have features of a model that we think are associated with better outcomes for people who are harder to help, built through our extensive review of data, literature and trials. So we want to see models where providers engage with people at the right time, that they assess their needs, they tailor the support to the needs assessed, that they focus on moving people through interventions and support at the right time that will help them, that they're respectful.
I
You know, there's a range of
We get
elements
that,
of the model.
and we've been over some of that. I suppose I just wanted to check that I haven't missed anything. So there's no view in the public service anymore about what a good service model looks like, because government doesn't provide any services. And it's been one of the critiques that some have made of the system, and I can't help but compare that and imagine that world in the health system. You know, what would a world look like without public hospitals where, I don't know, the health department just kind of buy stuff and they think that people should go in and out of hospital? And how do they develop a view about what a good functioning hospital is? How do they develop a view about what an efficient price for a service is? Imagine the vocational training system without TAFEs. Oh, we started going down that track and we know where it led, so we stopped it. This is a peculiar professional service where there's just no public element left in the department responsible. I'm not having a go at you. You're doing the job. As you said, you exist in a framework. You're doing the job you've been tasked by successive governments to do. But it just strikes me when I look at just about every other element of social policy delivery that there's no view anymore of a service model on what a good service or a bad service is, except by managing by relative outcomes within the price that government happens to have given you to play with.
See, if you've got a service provider and they're in Logan, they could be a terrific service provider, but the pool they've got to work with, I'm not just using Logan, it could be anywhere around the country, the pool they've got to work with is not as good as someone who's on the Gold Coast, and the pool they've got to work with are, well, you know, highly educated people just looking for jobs. It's very hard to work out who is a good service provider on their performance criteria that we have laid out before them, depending on the pool of, you know, there's not a coach in the AFL that's won a grand final with terrible players.
Certainly not Geelong.
No, that's right. Thank you, Mr. Smythe.
Yeah,
I didn't want to eke out of you who you barracked for, but
We do undertake analyses of provider performance that tries to control for, you know, differences in the caseload that each provider might have, but also, you know, differences in the regional characteristics. Some regions might have a stronger labour market than in other regions. So there is a kind of a relative assessment in the performance framework sense. But, you know, some providers, you know, do operate in really challenging circumstances, and they, you know, I think about, you know, in what I would call thin labour markets, you know, places where there may not be a lot of jobs or there's only a particular, you know, a few industries.
For instance, you've got one provider in Broome, to my knowledge, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's like the government of the day contracting out a service into that community to do a particular job. There's no competition. There's no, you know, the labour market there would be difficult, except for people who are highly talented in tourism and hospitality and those sorts of things. Yeah. And we don't all go pearl diving. So, you want to go pearl diving?
No, I don't want to go pearl diving.
So, it's not all take just the job that's available.
I went to the Navy training facility yesterday. I definitely don't want to go diving.
That's enough. So, it's virtually a contracted service, and it's very hard to judge who's very good and who's not good because of all the inputs. You said what's the word used for? We try to score for? Or?
The elements of the performance framework. There are different elements.
Yeah.
We try to control for differences.
You try to put those controls in when you're doing the assessment.
I guess in that case, that a provider in a labour market like that, even controlling, may not look like they're a strong performer, but then we actually have, the department has a network of contract managers who will work quite closely with that provider, and they are, you know, out in our state and territory, and I know they get up there and they have discussions and they say, you know, we think you're doing well on this, we want you to work on that, how can we support you? So we do actually try and work quite closely with providers to get the best possible service for participants, for employees, and the best outcomes.
What do you call them? Contact managers?
Contract managers.
Contract managers.
Yes. So we have a network of, we have dedicated provider leads who are the first point of contact.
These are public servants.
These are public servants who have a direct relationship with senior personnel in each provider. And then we have a network of staff who, on both program level and also regional level, develop expertise and relationships with those providers.
In the interest of time, I might just flag that one of the things I'd like the committee to do early next year is actually, on our field visits, go and visit one of your regional offices in one of the states and territories and have a chat with the public servants who do this kind of work. We don't have to do it all with microphones. We can actually go and talk to real people who do these jobs you've described. The key point again, I might just wrap up there because we haven't got Dr. Molino. He can ask his questions on this when we come back after the break. You're here all day. But one of the words which jumps out at me listening to that response, that we don't have any standards anymore for what qualifications or skills you need to be an employment service provider, and we don't have any view of what a service model is as opposed to some of the elements. But the key word to me is the word you use, relative. The whole system seems to be designed about looking at the relative performance. There's no focus anymore on the absolutes. And what I see from the data, and we'll get into this with your data and then some of the experts later, having done a lot of reading of the analysts over 20 years, is that in an absolute sense, the long-term unemployed caseload with this privatised system, with an ideology which we've moved a bit away from of work first and beat the supply ever harder, but that the long-term unemployed caseload appears to have just slowly crept up and is higher than what labour market economists would have predicted in a different environment. And that's one of the things I think we need to grapple with as a committee, is this issue about, can we make a system work where government has no view anymore about what a good service model is? And I'm just struggling to see that parallel in, health, vocational training, just about any other element of public service where there is at least some view in government. So, someone said to us, what you should do is get the department to just deliver the services in the ACT so they learn some stuff again institutionally about what a good service model is. I mean, it'd be an interesting challenge, wouldn't it? You can run the ACT. It's very diverse, close to home. But they were making a serious point about the lack of any understanding left in the service model. I'm not meaning that as a criticism. You have not been asked to do that for decades. But it's a thing that we need to reflect on.
Chair, I think I would just note one thing, which is, of course, we have quite a sizable proportion of our workforce who have worked in employment services or have worked for a private recruitment style agency. So we do actually have staff who've got lived experience of delivering services. I think it's around 18%. But I take your point. We don't mandate a model. We don't mandate a qualification. We've set particular markers, like an expectation of a caseload ratio. But I take your point.
No, you're all contract managers.
You're really, really, really good contract managers.
Yeah.
The Auditor General, and I see all the audit reports, gives you a gold star for contract management.
And I think it's fair to say, Chair, I find it striking, again, as someone who's come into this a bit more recently, that a lot of effort and people are focused on making sure that, or helping the providers achieve the outcomes that the system has set up to encourage them to achieve. Like a very big system with a lot of people set up to do that. There's not a lot of, hasn't been, as you observed, Chair, really an ask to step outside the model very often and say, in a first principles scenario, what would we do here? And when each time we go through a new procurement, there is a process around that. And I have to say with Workforce Australia, probably more reviewing and consultation and more of a first principles approach was taken than perhaps has been before. That's my observation, looking at the review and the independent piece of it. But of course, that was happening within a certain frame. And I'm not sure, when was the last time we were asked to step outside that frame? I'm not sure. We have been in 20 or so years. I can't say for sure because I haven't been here. But I do think that we are welcoming the committee's attempt to do this, while perhaps also observing that it's hard for the people who have been involved in managing very closely providers within the system and KPIs that have set up for them to step outside of that.
Yep. I said it in the public speech, I touched on it briefly at the start, and I've said it to you more extensively in private. I really respect the professionalism with which the public servants and all those who work with and for you have brought to the task of interrogating the previous system and what was wrong with it within the confines you were given. And that was my point about the sacred cows, a visual metaphor for things which have not been allowed to be questioned, largely because of politics or ideology. There's been an ideology of neoliberal kind of privatisation that competition and choice will always deliver better results. I've talked about that. And the work first ideology, any job's a good job, work for the dole, condition the supply. So, you know, we can explore those issues in public now and reflect on them as a committee. And I'm not trying to make it a partisan comment overall. Successive governments have tinkered with that system. And that's what we're here to have a bit of a reflection on. But you've also got a job to do. There's a lot of people that still need help, and you're managing the system as best you possibly can to get people help. So I know you've got to kind of fly the plane while we're thinking about the design of the plane. I think we need to break because I'm doing terribly as chair. We're running about like 50 minutes late or something ridiculous, a couple of hours in. So let's just break for about sort of 15, 20 minutes, try and grab some food and come back, and we'll shave 15 minutes off the next section. Yeah, we'll be back here at 1:45. All right, for those watching at home, we'll be back at 1:45. Just enough time to run, get food and come back.
Advising the Chair that there was an omission in the information that I provided earlier in response to, the department's specification of requirements that providers must meet, and that is the quality assurance framework that we require providers to achieve independent certification against. And that has two elements. One is a fairly extensive element for all large organisations. It's part of an international accreditation system. And the second are historically have been specific requirements that the department has outlined in terms of principles that providers must meet. And they go to elements of service delivery like the way that providers manage information, staff training, a whole range of elements, which I'm happy to work with colleagues to provide an outline of on notice, if that's okay. But it does give,
Sure.
It is an important part of what providers need to do, so I do apologise for that.
No need to apologise. That's okay. There's a lot of information. If you can just take that on notice, that'd be helpful. Dr. Molino, did you get first crack? He may not be in yet. He's still stuck in purgatory in the phone. The technology is not our friend today. All right, Dr. Molino is still in the phone conference waiting room. So I think we're going to need then to move to session 2, only running an hour late, the participant cohorts. So the point of this session is for the committee and the public to better understand the nature of those Australians who are currently unemployed. Where do they live? Who are they? What are their characteristics? And what's been the change over time, particularly in the last couple of years? So I will throw to you, Ms. Crane. You look like you're about to talk.
Kick off just with a short intro. As you've indicated, Chair, this will focus on the characteristics of the caseload, including who they are and where they live. It will also play out some of the qualifications and other factors that go into that. Before I hand to Dr. O'Rance to go through the presentation, I will just note that because Workforce Australia is still in its early days, where we have been able to draw on Workforce Australia data, where there is significant enough volume and quality of that data, that will be what's in the presentation. Where we're looking at the change in caseload composition over time, obviously we've used a broader data suite which picks up Job Active and others.
Okay. So, who's running this presentation? That'll be you.
Louise O'Rance, Assistant Secretary of Data Management and Reporting. We'll be taking you through a chat about some charts.
Great.
So we've got 20 charts to go through.
Okay.
If there's any, I'll explain on each page what we're seeing here. If anything is not clear, please feel free to interrupt and we'll clarify that. And then plenty of time for some more discussion at the end, hopefully. Okay. So firstly, some context. Today we're talking about Workforce Australia, which comprises 3 specific contracts. Workforce Australia Services currently has about 500,000 people. Those are people in the mainstream provider servicing area. We've got Workforce Australia Online, which is 144,000, and we have Transition to Work, so that's the youth specialist. Workforce Australia in total, 30th of September, which is the data we'll be using for all of the current caseload description, 667,000 people. That's in a context of a broader employment services landscape just below 1 million. So if we include disability employment services and community development program, at the end of September, 991,000 Australians are in those employment programs. September was the first time since the pandemic that total fell below 1 million. So that's the people we're talking about today, 2/3 of the total landscape. Okay, this is a chart that shows the last 20 years of, in orange, the mainstream employment services, so Workforce Australia, the predecessor Job Active, and we're including the Transition to Work numbers there, Job Services Australia and Job Network. That's the orange line. The dark blue line is the total employment services landscape, so including disability employment services and remote programs. Disability employment services was separated out as a specialist program in 2010 and remote employment services in 2013. So the first thing that this chart shows is that the effect of COVID absolutely blew the scale out of the water. You see there's a little bit of a bump in 2009. That's the GFC. So our caseload went for mainstream services, Job Active went from just over 600,000 to 1.5 million in the space of a couple of months. We had 1 million Australians who had not been in Job Active before came in a 6-month period, in addition to some people who had been in Job Active, who had left and who returned. The people who came in, compared to our typical caseload, were younger, more highly educated, more likely to live in cities. They were more likely to be from a culturally and linguistically diverse background. They were less likely to be Indigenous, they were less likely to be refugees. So quite a different composition. So we've got that huge spike. That's dropped down a lot. The total employment services caseload peaked at 1.85 million people. So we're now just above half of what we were before. The other thing here is, obviously it's well known that at the moment the unemployment rate is close to record lows. That's not the case for the employment services caseload as a whole. The current Workforce Australia caseload is now below what we saw before the pandemic, but in historical terms, we had similar numbers in the overall caseload for much of about a decade ago. So and the same for the overall program. So the current all programs, just under 1 million, that's about what we saw in 2014, and we had lower than that pre-2014. It's also what we saw for much of 2017 and 2018. So the overall employment services caseload in terms of volume is typical. It's not particularly high, but it's also not abnormally low. The other thing that really stands out from this chart, I've included there, the dotted line is the estimated unemployed population from the ABS. Those numbers don't match up. Now the general direction does. When unemployment goes up, the caseload goes up and vice versa, but the numbers don't align. So we've got quite a mismatch between the count of unemployed people and the count of people in employment services.
Just a couple of clarification questions. So how does self-employment figure into the caseload?
Self-employment assistance, that specific program are not counted in our caseload. Right. So there will be some people who are on our caseload who are referred there. It's a small number of people, so it wouldn't affect the trends to any degree. Okay.
But it's right for the committee to understand that, so if I'm hearing you right, you're back to sort of typical levels, but at the moment, the real economy, the unemployment rate's at historic lows, and we haven't seen an historic low come out of the caseload. Is that a reasonable conclusion
There's a
to draw?
deviation, so it's certainly the direction. Okay. Yep. So this next diagram conceptually explains why the unemployment estimate is so different and, perhaps surprisingly different to the caseload estimate. So to be in an employment services caseload, generally speaking, it is somebody who is on an income support payment that is activity tested to be in our program, they live in a non-remote area, and then they also don't meet the eligibility for disability employment services. So there's a number of factors there. The unemployment estimates are based on an international standard definition, which you would be familiar with. To be counted as unemployed, you are not working any hours at all in the reference week, and you are looking for work, and you are available to start work. So on our caseload, we have quite a large number of people who are not unemployed. Many of them are employed, so we have people who are on income support and who are working either sporadically, they're on and off irregular hours or short-term jobs. We've also got people who are in regular work, but it's insufficient earnings to exit income support. And we'll go into that in a little bit more detail later. So we have a lot of people, and including in our long-term participants, we have people who are in regular work, who clearly have work skills, work attitude, are turning up to work regularly, but they're not earning enough income to exit the caseload. We also have a group of people who would be classified as not in the labour force if they were to be surveyed. So those will be people who are some mature age participants who are fully meeting their mutual obligations through volunteer work, but aren't otherwise looking for work. There are also people who have temporary exemptions, so people who are experiencing illness, personal crisis, who at individual points in time would be not in the labour force. So as a result of that difference, we're really careful to, when we describe the caseload, we are talking about people who are unemployed, but also people who are not unemployed. The caseload is, we refer to participants, and that includes long-term participants, not specifically long-term unemployed.
Okay. So we've got employed, unemployed, and people who are neither employed or unemployed because they're just not in the labour force.
Yep. Okay. Yep. And people move back and forth between those,
Sure.
those categories all the time, obviously. Okay. So now I'm going to go into the caseload, the current Workforce Australia caseload. But first, just a little bit of what does the typical inflow look like? So this slide on the left-hand side are the characteristics of everybody who came into Job Active and transition to work combined in 2020-21. So we've got left-hand side is our inflow, the right-hand side is the Australian population from the census, just to get a bit of a comparison. So the first thing is the caseload inflow is quite young. 28% of people who come in are aged under 25 years old. That compares to 18.5% of the working age population. So it's young. The gender split is pretty even. The caseload inflow in that reference year was 50.3% male. The working age population, 49.5% male. So no particular gender skew. The people who are coming in are disproportionately Indigenous. So 8.1% of all referrals in that year were Indigenous Australians, and noting this excludes remote areas. And that compares to 3% of the working age population. Disproportionately less likely to be from a culturally and linguistically diverse background. So it's 21% of inflow, which is a substantial number, but as a broad group, less represented than in the working age population. And there's a whole range of reasons for that we can follow up on. And I do want to note, when this is the first time we've introduced this culturally and linguistically diverse group, that's a very, very broad group. So when we're doing analysis, we'll often dive down into to sub-cohorts there, because obviously that includes people who speak English as a first language, have higher degrees in English, who are born in a mainly non-English speaking country, and it will include refugees who may have limited English, no formal schooling, etc.
Right, but just to clarify, the called thing, does that include people who were born in Australia?
No, so the definition that is used in the caseload data, people who are born outside the main English speaking countries.
Okay, so
It's a proxy.
So if you're born outside the Anglosphere,
Yep.
then you can be considered called for the purpose of this analysis.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the statistical purposes, yeah. Okay. So that was
That's an interesting piece of data. That belies a bit of a common urban myth, if you like, that all migrants somehow love to come, and I get this regularly, which is bizarre, but the data doesn't bear that out.
No.
That actually migrants are quite entrepreneurial and less likely to be in the unemployed caseload.
Yep. Yep.
During COVID, there was a significant spike in the called cohort,
Sure.
but it ran off very quickly as soon as restrictions were lifted as well. So,
Yep. I think it's a really important point to establish with data, that migrants are less likely to be on the unemployment caseload.
Yep, absolutely. So the next slide, this is now looking at the caseload 30th of September. So age and sex again, the first thing here is there is quite a significant skew. So you recall the inflow was very young.
Yep.
The caseload is significantly older. So of the inflow, let me do some maths in my head. So we had 28% of the inflow was under 25. That's a much lower percentage of the overall caseload. And this is because young people come in larger numbers, but also tend to have quite short stints, and many leave quite quickly.
Right. And would it be a fair guess to think that they come in because they don't have the income or assets to support themselves for that period while they're between jobs? They're more likely to come in, but then they come out because they're more employable?
That could be part of it. We do see a seasonal effect. So near the end of an education year,
Okay.
there's an increase in young people coming in, and then they're in for a few months and leave again. Young people are less likely to have a number of other characteristics that affect people's time on income support. So younger people are less likely to have a disability, for example.
Right.
Younger people are more likely to have completed Year 12 compared to older cohorts. This is, of course, of the whole of Workforce Australia. Transition to work is a specific subgroup of young people who have not finished education and have greater need for assistance. So the caseload is not nearly as young as the inflow in general terms.
Gotcha.
The other thing is there's quite a big gender skew. The overall caseload is slightly majority female, but particularly under 35, majority male, 35 plus majority female.
Young men, older women.
I don't think anyone here wants to be called an older woman over 35, but sure. Yes. The and that skew towards more women increases with age. Okay, the second chart in orange, this is a number of key cohorts. These are not mutually exclusive and they're not exhaustive. But there's some of the major cohorts that we monitor and focus on. So Indigenous Australians are 13.5% of the current caseload. So that's higher than the inflow, which was again higher than the overall population. 19.0% CALD, lower than the inflow. 4.7% are refugees. 18.1% are parents. Now, when we say parent here, we specifically are referring to principal carer parents or people who have mutual obligations that recognise that they've got parenting responsibilities. So that parent cohort isn't everybody who has a kid. Okay,
Is it possible just to take on notice and get us a version of this slide with the key cohorts versus the working age population so we can compare the stock as opposed to the flow?
For some, yeah, absolutely. Right. So for refugees, we certainly can. Let me go through a couple of those where there's comparable data and where there's not.
Yeah,
certainly
okay.
Where there's comparable data, very happy to. Yeah.
Great.
So the next group are individuals who've got drug and alcohol issues. So this is a specific group. These are people who have had a referral to an employment services assessment that's conducted by Services Australia. And that assessment, they've provided documentary evidence that demonstrates that they've got health issues related to drug and alcohol use. So they've got dependency and so forth. So that's sort of people who've gone through a number of steps and provided evidence. It's not anybody who may engage in risky drinking, for example. So it doesn't match with the population data about drug and alcohol use.
Right.
We have people with experiencing homelessness or insecure housing. So this group are people who, primary homelessness, people who have no fixed address, no formal shelter, people in boarding houses, in shelters, people who are couch surfing, and also people who, insecure housing, people who are moving house frequently. The biggest group of that are the insecure housing. So the majority of the people in that group are people who have a residential address that's sort of formal accommodation, but they'll be in short-term rentals and they'll move house 4 or more times in a year. Okay, next group, ex-offenders. That's generally, for people aged 28 and over, it's somebody who's had a custodial sentence in the past 10 years. And then for younger people, the time period's a bit different. People with mental health conditions. This is another group. This is not comparable to the statistic you'd be familiar with of 1 in 5 Australians experience a mental health condition in a given year. This is not comparable here. This is people who have had that employment services assessment that I referred to, and they've had a diagnosed, confirmed mental health condition. So it's the more severe end.
Right.
It's certainly not everybody who's experiencing anxiety or depression or any of those sort of circumstances. There will, many people are, but it's gone through, documented and had the assessment. And then the last group is people with disability. So this is a self-identified and a whole range of different disabilities. So that's 28%. So that is higher than the population there. Okay, and then on the green, the last point is the highest level of education that individuals have completed. So 37.8% of the current caseload haven't completed secondary school. That's a little bit higher than the Australian population, although not dramatically so. I wanted to point out we've got more than 10% of our current caseload have a university qualification. And we've got a third who've got a trade or a TAFE qualification. So the caseload is often described as people who are lower skilled. There are disproportionately more people than in the wider labour force who haven't completed Year 12, but we also have a significant minority who have got post-school qualifications. Okay.
Again, that is really fascinating data, both to understand and also bust some urban myths. If you can take on notice, I think we'd be interested in whatever deeper dive you can on the key cohorts versus the population, as I said, where you think you can make a valid comparison, or if you're comfortable with an approximate comparison with caveats, you can note that. And similarly, the highest level of education, if it's not too complex to do, it'd be interesting to see that broken out by the age cohorts relative to the population. I'd be guessing, but I could be wrong, that you'll find some of the university degree stuff is washing through in the younger cohort, and it's not really the stock and flow issue, or you may see some different characteristics in the older cohort, if that makes sense.
Yes,
Okay,
we can definitely do that. And yes, it's people in their late 20s and 30s who are disproportionately with the university degrees in particular. So, yeah.
But more likely to exit the system quickly.
Yep, sure. Okay, now let me walk through this next chart. This is now trying to get at a individual-centred view of the first 12 months since somebody was referred. So we've looked at everybody who was referred in a 6-month period. We chose that period because it's the period least affected by COVID and then transitioned to Workforce Australia. It's been tricky the last few years to try and find a period where there wasn't major disruption, but we had 336,000 people who were referred into Job Active during that period. We've had a look every 3 months. Are they still on our caseload? Are they on somebody else's caseload? Have they exited employment services altogether, or have they returned back to us? So the first thing here to note is that half of everybody who was referred has left within 6 months. So we're going to talk more about the long-term participants in a little while. We've got this corollary where the majority of participants on any given point in time have been here long-term, but also the majority of people who come in will not be long-term. Mm-hmm. So we've got a lot of both things are true. So 50% or 53% of people had exited Job Active by 6 months. So 47% are left. That's our table at the bottom. By the end of 12 months after someone's initial referral, 29% have remained. So 71% have left within a year. You can see that 10% of that referral cohort had moved to another employment service. So that could be Disability Employment Services, Community Development Program, Parents Next. It could be NEIS, so the Self-Employment Program. 57% of people had exited all employment services altogether within 12 months, and 4% had come back. So that comeback rate is something that we're particularly interested in following, that wanting to make sure we don't see that churn. Okay. Any questions about that chart?
So after 12 months, just looking at the chart, after 12 months, in an average 12-month period, about 29% of people who come into the system stay there after 12 months.
In this particular period, yeah, 29% of people who came in had left 12 months after their start date.
Yep.
Sorry, had remained, yes.
Yep.
Yep. And this varies between job seeker cohorts, demographics and so forth, which I'll go into in a little bit next. Yep. But we did want to point out that we are rightly very concerned about the minority and the significant minority of people who remain in services long term and who are struggling to exit income support. That is a concern, but it's also a significant minority. So that in all of our data, the typical participant and the the long tail are quite different.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you'll probably get into the cohort analysis of that in a moment.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. So the key one here that I'll focus on, as you suggested earlier, young people tend to exit more quickly. So for job active participants aged under 25, half of them have left within 3 months, and that compares to the overall was about 6 months. And you can see on the text there, for most age groups, it's about 4 months is the median period of assistance, and then for the oldest age group, for people who are 60 plus, it's about 5 months. But you can see that in every age group, while the median is 3, 4, 5 months, there is a long tail. So this is that point of the typical experience and then the experience of the significant minority are quite different. Okay. So now I've got a few charts that I'm going to talk about some trends over the life of job active in different cohorts. So this is looking at long-term participants. So the groups that we talk about, people who have been in assistance for 12 months or less, all of the data here on length of time in employment services is your time across all employment services. So if you move from job active to disability employment services, that clock doesn't restart. We're just looking at a whole continuous period. So the heavy blue line that skyrockets dramatically are short-term participants, people who their current stint is less than 12 months. And obviously, at the start of COVID, that was the group that increased because the people who came in were predominantly new to the system. And that's also the group that's jumped back down. We've then got people 12 to 23 months, 24 to 59, and then 60 months plus. So the 5 years plus is the dotted green line. So a couple of things to point here. Prior to COVID, the absolute number of each of those groups was trending down, except for the 60 plus months. So the economy was improving. The long-term cohort was generally trending down, except for the subgroup that were people who had been in services for 5 years or more, that had been trending up even as everything else was improving. And that group has continued to trend up. So the left-hand side is absolute numbers, the right-hand side is percentage of the overall caseload. And so what we can see now is that those people who came in during the big COVID surge, the majority have left. Those who remain are now in the 2 to 5 years group. So that's where you can see that the short-term cohort has declined. We had a bump last year in the light blue in the 12 to 23 months as those people who remained sort of moved into that cohort, and now the people who still remain have moved into the 2 to 5 years.
Right. So is it a reasonable takeout from that to say that, I mean, put aside the very big COVID bump, the government shut down the economy, who knew? People appear on your bump, that those closest to the labour market now have largely got back into the labour market, and indeed the red-hot labour market's then seeing those two blue lines drop, as you'd hope and expect. We haven't seen any material shift to this slow drift of the very long-term unemployed, just slowly rising. Mm-hmm. But perhaps the most worrying aspect that I'm seeing there would be the orange line, if that is effectively the feeder then for the very long-term unemployed.
Yep.
Is that a reasonable take out of that graph?
Yeah, absolutely it is, yeah. And when we look at the cohort who came in 2020, the people who then left, well, let me reverse it, the people who've remained are the people who have the characteristics of people who typically experience labour market disadvantage. So people with disability who came in 2020 are more likely to have remained. Older people who came in are more likely to have remained. People with lower levels of education. So these are people who had employment. They lost their employment during the pandemic, and they've now become very long-term.
So we would classify 2 years plus as very long-term unemployed, 5 years plus extremely long-term unemployed from a definitional point of view.
Yeah. And reiterating again, some of these people in the 2 years plus and the 5 years plus are working, but they're 2 or more years working with low income and not able to exit income support. So there may be people who lost their jobs altogether in the pandemic and have not been able to get back into regular sufficient hours, or there may be people who lost some hours and have been in unstable work since.
It'd be interesting to understand if that was a reasonable takeout that I summarised for the committee, there's a scarring effect on some people of the pandemic.
Yes.
And that's a reasonable takeout. Hansard doesn't record nodding, so I'll note the nodding. So we'll call that a scarring effect of the pandemic. It'd be interesting to get some further advice on notice again about what the cohorts are, particularly in that orange line that we've seen, because unless something shifts there or the system does better by them, they're going to start to see in the next couple of years a really nasty jump in that dotted line.
How would we know?
Pardon?
How would we know?
How will we know?
How would you measure that?
Well, if we don't see that orange line continue to go down rapidly,
I know what you're saying.
Yep.
But how do you go out and measure that cohort?
Well, I think the participant characteristics, they should be able to break down the data of what cohorts of people sit in that orange line.
Predominantly people with disabilities and the like.
Parents,
Parents, yeah.
Sorry, Benedicta?
I think we want to do some more work on exactly what the factors are driving the people who have failed to return to employment. Number of hypotheses. One is that their work may have been quite precarious to begin with. Secondly, they've got lower skills levels and other attributes that makes it harder to get back into work. There also may be a linkage with the income support system where changes to taper rates mean that people may find it harder to get off payment even though they may be working part-time. So there's a couple of factors we'll be investigating.
We can certainly provide you a detailed breakdown of that, the orange and then the green groups. The other thing I wanted to point out there is in that orange group now are people who first came onto the caseload in the pandemic, but there are also people who were at the start of the pandemic on our caseload but short term. When the economy recovered, they had been out of work for a longer time, so they were effectively put further back in the queue. So that's something every time there's a labour market crisis, we're very concerned. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So the next few slides, I'm going to talk about a few different cohorts and how their percentage of the overall caseload changed. I'm not going to show the numbers every time because that left-hand side just looks the same. You get a gigantic spike, and every cohort grew during the pandemic. I mentioned earlier that the inflow, that extra million people, were disproportionately a number of characteristics, but every cohort grew. So, first one here, ageing. The trend prior to COVID was a continual gradual decline in the proportion of the caseload that are youth and a continual gradual increase in the proportion of the caseload that are mature age. This is something that's actually been going on for 20 years. So the Parliamentary Budget Office released a study in September 2020 that looked at long-term trends in income support payments. And so they've provided quite a lot of analysis that I'd refer you to that identifies in particular ageing of people, of the population on income support, and increasing concentration, particularly of mature age women and of people with disability, linking that to, what are the drivers. So what we're seeing here is a reflection of the broader income support population. So,
that story might be more young people undertaking study and training and therefore receiving student payments rather than job search payments, those kinds of factors. So I think that paper would be useful context, as you suggest.
So a couple of things I wanted to point out here. So you see that there's that bump in early 2020 in the light blue. So that's the people aged 25 to 49. So that's the people who came in were disproportionately in that age group. And so correspondingly, the mature age population in relative terms went down. Sure. The youth cohort, the under 25, we don't see that line. We think that a part of what happened there is for people on our caseload who are under 25, many of them are receiving youth allowance other rather than job seeker payment. In early 2020, in response to the pandemic and the labour market shock, income support criteria for job seeker payment were relaxed. And so people who normally wouldn't have been eligible for assistance if they had lost their job were eligible. That relaxation didn't happen for youth allowance. So for under 22s, we don't see the effect. That doesn't mean that there wasn't an economic effect. We know the wider analysis has shown that young people were the most affected by that labour market shock, but it didn't flow through to our caseload.
Yep.
So this sort of illustrates that what we see is partly a function of economic changes, it's also partly a function of income support rules.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because the filtering to get on these graphs is income support.
Yep.
Yep. It's not a broad real economy picture.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it's often, the caseload is, referred to often as the population of unemployed people. As I said earlier, many are not unemployed, but also there are unemployed people who aren't on our caseload.
Right, so one of the questions we'll need to reflect on what this data tells us. I mean, let's take out the blips. This shows a pretty clear trend over quite some time of a decrease of youth unemployment and a slow and steady increase of unemployment at the 50 plus end. We'd be interested, I think, to get your further thoughts on what particularly has been, how could we attribute the success, if you like, in decreasing youth unemployment? Is it the success of the labour market programs there? Is it greater willingness of employers to give a young person a go, which is a bit of a societal value? It's a bit easier, I think, to convince people to give a young person a go. The corollary to that's age discrimination.
I think, Chair, it's quite a complex question because there's a range of factors both in the economy and also in the behaviour. So you take young people, there's been a trend of higher, participation in education while working part-time, so that may partly explain, the relative lack of growth in young people. In terms of older people who may be more likely to be lower skilled, then the increased premiums to skill in the labour market will make it harder for them to be competitive. And then, of course, there are demographic factors, meaning that we simply have more people over the age of 50 in the population.
Yeah, okay.
So there's a lot of factors, and then rules around migration can have an impact, as well as what we're doing in our programs. Yeah.
The other thing that somebody pointed out at some point is the older cohort, the mature age cohort, is also more likely to have some other characteristics, so multiple characteristics that might represent barriers. So I think, and I'm not sure if we're coming to this, but the people with a disability cohort is often also has more of the older cohort in it.
Yes,
and
disability
some
rates,
other
go up with age.
elements as well.
Yep. And again, referring to that PBO analysis, certainly a part of the mature age increase is over the long term is about other income support settings. So a number of payments that used to be available, particularly for mature age women, have all been rolled together into JobSeeker. The age pension age has been increasing, and we see really clear effects there.
All right. Keep going, and I'll just flag, when we get to questions, we'll try and keep them brief because I put a few on notice and I've had my bit on the way through. I'll go to Ms Miller-Frost first, given you didn't get a go last time. So keep going, we'll finish the slides.
Okay, a couple more slides on the same sort of cohort trends. So we see amongst a number of cohorts of groups of people who tend to experience disadvantage in the labour market that over the long term that the trends have been upwards. So an increasing trend in Indigenous Australians on the caseload over the long term. That shock down in COVID was just that the people who came in were disproportionately non-Indigenous, but that trend was pre-COVID and the trend is continuing. Refugees are pretty steady proportion of the cohort. So there's no real trend there. Maybe a very slight increase up, but nothing dramatic. People from a culturally and linguistically diverse background, very slightly trending down. As we mentioned, during the pandemic, a really disproportionate number of people from those backgrounds who came in, but also leaving at a fast rate. So that's trending down to where it was before. People who experience homelessness and insecure housing have been trending up, and ex-offenders have been trending up.
Okay.
Okay. And then the next one, this is the last of our cohort trends. So I've grouped here together disability and complex health conditions. So people with disability was trending up over the long term, and then since that initial shock during the pandemic, dropped, but then has been really trending up quite fast. People with mental health conditions, similarly, and that long-term trend for people with mental health conditions is a greater rate than people with disability generally. People with drug and alcohol issues has been pretty flat as a percentage of the cohort. There's a lot of comorbidity here, it's worth mentioning. For people with mental health conditions, the majority of those people identify as having a disability as well. We did some analysis earlier this year that looked at people who had gone through to that step of having an employment services assessment, the documentary evidence having a health professional assess and confirm their conditions. So that's certainly not everybody. But just to illustrate what type of disabilities we're talking about, for people with disability who had that assessment who were on our caseload, this isn't people in disability employment services, 60% of people had a mental health condition was confirmed, 55% had a physical health condition, 58% had a physical health condition, and 55% had multiple health conditions, including many people who had a mental health condition and also a physical disability. So that overlap between mental health and disability is both people with mental health conditions where that condition is disabling and people with mental health conditions who also have a non-mental health condition that's disabling. So there's a complex group there. So we've got a third of the caseload overall have what we've grouped as complex health conditions, which is over 220,000 people. Okay. So the last section, you're interested in some geographical analysis. So we've got a whole series of slides where I've just stacked up the 51 employment regions, various characteristics, so we can see how much variation there is, what commonalities there are. Basically giving you a whole lot of numbers so that they're on the record. We can dive into if there are particular regions that you're interested in, but I won't talk in great detail through these unless you have questions. So this first chart is that length of time in employment services. As we mentioned, the people who are in employment services for 12 months or more, we refer to as long-term participants. Nationally, that rate is 74.1% at the moment. You can see the variation between regions. Every region is above 70%. The lowest region is inner metropolitan Melbourne, which has 70% of their current caseload are long-term participants, and it ranges up to 81% in Northwest Country, South Australia. Now, the way to read this chart, so those light blue bars on the far right are the 12 plus months, and then within the next blue is the subset of people who are 24 plus months. So nationally, the average is 63.5%, and you can see between regions it ranges from 59 up to 72. And then the dark blue on the left are the 5 years plus group. Nationally, the average is 23.2%, but it ranges from 17% up to 33%.
Is this a reasonable takeout? I mean, there's highly variable labour market conditions around the country, but there seems to be surprisingly little variation in the aggregate of 12 months unemployment. You're saying from 70 to 81%. There is a bit more variation maybe in the very long-term unemployed, a little bit more. And that seems to more strongly correlate to the strength of labour markets that are really crude kind of a look. Regional areas with less diverse job markets seem to be stuck higher, but it seems to me to be surprisingly little variation.
Yeah, the 12 months plus, it's a fairly narrow window. I think when we look into the details of that group, the type of, the characteristics of the long-term participant caseload will vary a lot between regions. So I guess one of the points there is just that number of long-term participants is pretty crude. So you can have a long-term participant caseload that has a very large number of, for example, parents with part-time jobs who are not able to work enough hours to get off income support. You can have another region with a similar long-term caseload who are people who are experiencing homelessness and multiple complex barriers who are not able to work.
Okay.
So we can go into some more detail on that later on, but yep.
Okay.
All right. Next one is just a comparison of the age profile. Again, we have very different regions in terms of age. So on the left, the percentage of each region's caseload who are aged under 25. National average is 16.7, and you can see there's a range there. And on the right is 50 plus. I've separated this out into men and women because we do see, you remember the earlier chart, that mature age cohort is predominantly women. There are a few regions where there are actually more mature age men than women, but they're the exception. So in Broome, in Far West Orana, which is outer regional New South Wales, in Kalgoorlie and in Northwest Country, South Australia, those are the regions where there are more mature age men than women, but it's usually the reverse. And again, that mature age caseload varies a lot. Okay. To round out the age groups, the 25 to 49, so the rest, a bit of variation there. And then on the right-hand side, parents. And again, that's principal carer parents and people with parenting responsibilities reflected in mutual obligation. So not everyone with a kid, but that varies from 11.1% in inner Melbourne up to 23% in southwest Western Australia. Okay, next
A lot
one.
of parents in
Yes.
southwest Western Australia. Who knew? Yeah.
Yep. Okay, the left-hand side. So, because statistically almost every refugee in our caseload are CALD, I've just overlaid these so that we can see them on a single chart. So we've got the percentage of the caseload who are refugees, and that varies a lot, and it lines up with the population demographics of regions, so it's not surprising there. And the same for CALD caseload. So this is probably the two factors, along with, on the right-hand side, the proportion of the caseload who are Indigenous, where there's the greatest geographical variation, but it lines up in broad patterns with the demographics of the Australian population in those areas.
Predominantly city-based.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so the CALD and the refugee population concentrated very much in the cities, whereas the Indigenous caseload is relatively higher in those outer regional areas.
It's not. Sorry, go on.
What does the 82 mean in Broome?
So 82% of all participants on the caseload in Broome are Indigenous.
Right.
Yeah.
Righto.
Okay. So they're absolutes. So you're saying in Sydney southwest, 49% are called or
Yes.
refugee, or called and refugee because there's an overlap in
49, yeah. 49% are
So
CALD.
if you're a refugee, you're also called.
There are a small number of people who are not, but in terms of,
there'd
you
be
know,
the odd
at the
political-
percentage level, yeah.
Yeah.
So in Sydney Southwest, 49% of the caseload are CALD and 14% are refugees.
And that's not a surprise, it's not a stigma thing because if you look at the census, over half the people in southwest Sydney were born overseas.
Yep. This is a value neutral slide.
Yeah,
This is
okay,
just
right.
regions are different, and so therefore the servicing strategy, the tailoring services is different.
That's a nice simple take out. Regions are enormously different.
Yep. Okay. On the left-hand side, the percentage of the caseload in each region who have a disability. And then, so that varies from 17% in Broome up to 35% in Bendigo. So there's an almost 100% variation between the extremes. But it's still, in most regions, it's 20% plus. The right-hand side are people experiencing homelessness and insecure housing. So there's a few outliers there.
Where's Tasmania on your...
We've got two regions. We've got Hobart and southern Tasmania, and then we've got northwest Tasmania.
Right, okay.
Okay. Now we've got a slide on people's highest level of education. So on the left, people who haven't completed secondary school. Then we've got a very great variation there, but again, this would line up with the general demographics. The middle is people who have whose highest qualification is trade or TAFE, and then the right-hand side is people who have university. So these are another one where there's largest variation, but it lines up. So inner metropolitan Melbourne, for example, has the highest proportion of people with a university degree. It's also our youngest area.
Yeah,
It's also the area with the fewest long-term unemployed people in relative terms.
There's a real city-country thing to be a little bit crude about it there in terms of the regional differences, which reflect then population level, education attainment.
And we do have quite a few thin labour markets there. You know, Esperance, Kalgoorlie, Geraldton, Broome, Mount Isa. They're quite thin labour markets as well, so they can blow out a little bit in percentage terms.
Yeah.
Okay. The last slide for this presentation, just for something a little bit different to end on. So this is absolute numbers. This is the number of people who, on our current caseload in Workforce Australia, who have carried over from Job Active. So they've been with us since pre-July. And in Job Active, they had a paid employment outcome. So what we're trying to illustrate here is these are people who are currently on our caseload and have been for several months. they have recent paid sustained work. So this is not the total count of everybody who has recent work. A paid employment outcome is somebody starts a new job and then the job lasts for at least 4, 12, 26 weeks and they receive enough income to, on a regular basis, to reduce their income support by at least 60%. So it's quite an administrative definition, but this is sort of a minimum count. It's probably a minimum floor is the way to say, of people in provider services who have recent work and in some cases will be continuing in that job.
Right, but you said that so to have reduced their payment by at least 60%. So it's not capturing the sort of I've got a few more hours, I've got a few less hours, which is largely status quo. It's people who've had a significant material change for the better in their employment circumstances. So what's the sort of proxy in plain English you're trying to give us a sense of here?
It's really getting at in each of these regions we have quite a number of people, in some cases thousands of people, who are currently on the caseload, and we've just described a whole lot of characteristics. They're currently on the caseload, they're still in employment services, they have recent and in some cases current work experience. So they clearly are able to work, willing to work, are employable because people are paying them for their labour. So it's sort of trying to, this is something to illustrate there's that negative stereotype of if somebody's on income support then there's a problem with them not working or not being able to work. That is not the case we have many thousands of people on our caseload. So there's over 100,000 people who have been on since Job Active who have had these paid employment outcomes. So this is where we're getting at that overlap again of people who are in employment services who are employed or who are recently employed.
Yep.
Is that 100,000 out of a million?
Sorry?
Is that 100,000 out of a million?
No, so this would be people in only in provider servicing. So if you're in online services,
So
the
take out
outcomes.
the other ones, yeah.
Yeah, so it's
So
people
how many out of what
About
group?
500.
There's about 500,000 in provider servicing now. A lot of those people haven't been here since Job Active. So I'd have to give you I'd have to come back on notice to give you a denominator of how many people.
This is
are
brilliant
eligible.
work, Doc. It's astounding. Very, very, very good. I'm just trying to work out that what people in the system are nearly there.
Yep.
That don't need much help to the next step, or they do need much help. I don't know.
Yeah, so in the case of this 100,000 people, they've got recent or current paid work that's lasted for, in some cases a number of months. They're still in our system, so what they need there is more work or, increased income, as opposed to these are the people close to the labour market, to use a phrase that you used earlier.
Yep. But some of these people may still be on income support.
Yep. Well, yes, they are because they're still in our caseload.
Oh, sorry, got you. Okay, so these people all people who are on income support but who've had a material improvement in their circumstances. They may, you would think that there would be a proportion of them that might be in that category that I talked about, herd of sacred cows, worried about poverty traps or disincentives to work, where either they're not able to or some of them are making quite a rational choice not to come off those last few hours because they want to keep the healthcare card, or there's a marginal, they can actually go backwards in some circumstances.
100,000 of them.
Yeah.
Yes. Depending on, those, I suppose, those taxation kind of EMTRs and the like. But this is where we trigger an outcome payment for our providers at that 4, 12, 26 weeks. And the figure that has been used for a number of years now is 60% triggers a partial outcome payment at 4, 12 and 26 weeks.
Right.
Yep.
60% reduction in income support.
Yep. So there will be some people in that circumstance. There will be others who have a partial capacity to work and they're working as much as they can.
Yep. Okay.
But their hourly wage isn't enough to be off income support. Yep.
And there will also be parents who want to work more hours but can't find affordable childcare in that area. So there's, that's the other key category.
I'll go to Ms Miller-Frost. Louise?
Hi, Julian, and thank you, everyone. Look, just going back to the specific cohorts you were talking about, so I'm assuming that the data you gave us related to the individuals rather than who's on the specialist program. But I actually wanted to talk about the specialist programs. So in terms of those programs, and I'm thinking, things for ex-offenders and for refugees, are there specific requirements for the program or different KPIs? Any information about why people are being streamed into a specific program, what that program gives them better than the normal program? Keeping in mind that I understand that a large number of people with those same characteristics are actually in the mainstream program as well. And my second question then is, why are some being streamed into specialist programs and others not, assuming that that information is correct?
Robin?
So through the process of approaching the market to select providers, the department did some analysis of the caseload, and we also looked at a range of factors. We invited respondents to the tender if they wanted to seek a specialist licence to put in a bid for a specialist licence, and they needed to articulate, I guess, the elements of their model that gave them particular expertise in assisting identified cohorts. So those cohorts could be ex-offenders, Indigenous Australians, people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, and refugees. And so through that process, respondents would outline, their particular understanding of the needs of the cohort, their connections or experience in delivering specialist services for that cohort, their connections with employers and particular sort of strategies to assist people from the cohort to gain and maintain employment. So it was, if you like, some respondents to the tender actually addressed their ability to provide a more specialised case management service for a particular cohort. And then through the process, we assessed, the strengths of the bids, and we allocated licences, both generalist and specialist, based on the response to the market and our analysis. Generally speaking, those providers are expected to deliver services and achieve results that are, at least as good as other providers in the area. But we're really looking to drill down to see, what are the tailored services that they're offering for people from those cohorts. One of the things that's a little bit counterintuitive is that in some areas where we have extremely high concentrations of people from a particular cohort, we haven't issued a specialist licence. And that's because we think it's really important that really all providers have to actually meet the requirements of that significant proportion of the job seekers in their caseload. So that's, I guess, part of the rationale when we do the analysis of the caseload and made those decisions about where we would issue specialist licences. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. And just to follow up, if that's the right, Chair, in terms of, you mentioned sort of drilling down in terms of their performance, are there specific KPIs or anything around their performance that you look at in terms of once they've been awarded a specialist program? Any follow-up in terms of what they're doing or achieving with that specific cohort, or are the KPIs as the program?
Yeah, so I think the first thing I would say is that the payments and the expectations of specialist providers as a whole are the same as for all providers, but through the performance the performance framework, particularly around assessing the quality of service provided to participants, there will be specific elements that we will look at. So, for example, we'll be looking at the extent to which specialist providers have tailored services to meet the needs of their participants. So that might be whether their practices are culturally informed and appropriate, whether, how are they engaging in a culturally sensitive way with people on their caseload. So it will actually form part of the quality of services measure in the main. And then we'll be looking at the achievement of the other KPIs as a whole. I would call out, though, for Indigenous Australians, there are specific measures in the sustained employment outcome as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Charlton, Mr. Violi? Questions aren't compulsory. I'm just inviting a call. Yeah.
No, Thanks, Chair. Just one quick question. In relationship to parents, was one of the early slides looking at that cohort. Do you also capture the data of, I guess, relationship status and, how many, I guess, the single mum at an older age is someone that's, I guess, anecdotally talked about as at high risk? And is that something you capture as well?
We capture the payment type, so some of the parent cohort are receiving a parenting payment, so then we can differentiate between single parenting payment and partner parenting payment. For people who are on Job Seeker, I'd have to confirm if the Job Seeker snapshot gets relationship status. I think it may do. Yeah, I think we capture family factors, so can I take that on notice, the details there?
Thanks, yeah, that was all, Chair.
Okay. Dr Charlton? I like your staff member trying to creep away in the background, but say hello to them.
I'm doing a good job to be conspicuously inconspicuous. No, I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Okay. Perhaps I'll just ask three then, and then we'll move on to the next topic if no one else has any questions. That's been really useful. There was a footnote in one of the slides that said Services Australia managed participant. Can you just explain on the record what's the difference between you've got your digital ecosystem managed participants, a service provider managed participant, and then this mysterious thing called a Services Australia managed participant? What is such a thing?
Sure. So some participants on the caseload are a status we call paused. So there are people who are not required to participate in employment services temporarily. That will be people who have an exemption for mutual obligations. So it may be people who have a temporary illness, who have caring responsibilities, where they're not required to carry out mutual obligations for a period. We also have people who are fully meeting their mutual obligations through paid work, through a combination of work and study, or if they're 55 plus, through volunteer work. If somebody's in that situation for a sustained period, then they can be exited from the caseload and become Services Australia managed. So instead of staying on a caseload and not having to participate, Services Australia will meet with them quarterly, and they're not required to otherwise participate. But we can get you the exact details of what are the situations that trigger that.
And in those circumstances, then the taxpayer's not paying providers to manage these people because they're being managed by Centrelink in effect. I know we say Services Australia. I think most Australians still think Centrelink.
Yes. So it's people who are on an income support payment, but yeah, they're not required to do anything else because they already are doing everything.
I might just slightly correct that evidence. So people 55 and over generally would stay connected with the provider. However, they can fully meet their requirements through a combination of paid work and voluntary work, and once they're 12 months or longer on the caseload, through voluntary work alone.
Okay.
Another category who are managed by Centrelink are job seekers with a capacity of less than 15 hours per week, and they meet their requirements just simply through quarterly meetings with Centrelink.
Okay. Yeah, if you could just follow up with that written definition, that'd be helpful. Thank you. And again, it might be one to take on notice, but can you give us a sense of the regions? Because the figures you gave us for the regions were percentages, so we can make a apples to apples comparison. Flip it around in terms of absolute numbers. What percentage of the caseload would say the top 10 regions by number of job seekers provide?
Nathan's going to bring out his
I'll have to try and bring it
I'm
up
just
right
trying to get a
I'll
sense.
take
And
that on notice.
well, maybe
Yeah,
can I
let's try
leave you
and
with a
take
slightly with a broader question? What I'm trying to get to, fumbling through one lens that was in my mind, is to try and get a sense of this extent of concentrated spatial disadvantage, which is not a new concept. You know, Russell looked at it, I think, in the Intergenerational Disadvantage report that you did some years ago. The Gillard government invested a lot around social capital and community renewal projects and so on, but I'm just trying to get a sense of how concentrated in a disadvantaged sense the entrenched long-term caseload is.
So I think what might be useful for that we can give you is an estimate of the caseload in a given area compared to the population of working age in that area.
Yeah, okay.
So we don't just say cities have more people.
Yeah, okay, that would be, yes, because some regions are going to have numerically much higher numbers of...
Yeah, so we'll give you something benchmarked to census data, and we can provide that.
That'd be useful, thank you. And then it's probably Look, there's no politically correct way of saying this, and I'm not actually a very politically correct person. No, it's not offensive or stigmatising. But there's a proportion of the caseload here from what you've described, or perhaps the academic way of saying it would be very far from the labour market. You know, a lot of punters, people in public would think, well, some people are just kind of unemployable, aren't they? For any reasonable investment, they're so far from the labour market because of complex barriers, whether people who've got acquired brain injury from long-term alcoholism, people who've got a disability that doesn't meet the DSP but are later in life, they've been out of work for so long and they're 62, you know, blue-collar workers whose bodies are broken, people who've done nursing, aged care and have bad backs. Unemployable's not the right word, but I'm just trying to get a sense of, you know, how does the system treat people who are a very long way from the labour market and are really, really, whatever you do, going to struggle to actually get work?
I guess a couple of things, Chair, and Ms Lorentz already referred to this, that where people need a temporary exemption from their mutual obligations, that can happen. We'll go through the types of circumstances in a moment. Secondly, as we noted, there are some categories of people who are Centrelink managed and so similarly are exempt from any requirements except that quarterly meeting with the provider, and that includes people with less than 15% capacity. However, broadly, it is the case that anyone who's on what we call a participation payment under social security law are required to actively look for work. So it does come back down to the fact that the current policy has assessed that people on a participation payment generally are actually capable of looking for work. So that's just a few things I'd point to.
Yeah, I get but that's what the policy says, and I understand we're not asking you for policy advice, but you know, life experience, as well as some of the research and evidence, would suggest there's people who are on income support, participation payments, but they're almost never likely to be job ready, and yet we spend a vast amount of money as a society still requiring people to front up, report, apply for 20 jobs a month, even though after 7-8 years, there's a pretense about it. And what I hear from people and from providers and some of the research suggests the mental health impacts of being told after 7 years out of the labour market, knowing you've got a mental illness that's developed, knowing you might have acquired brain injury, you know, the complex intersectional disadvantage or comorbidities, I think was your word, Dr. Orance. It's a point of reflection that we need to grapple with as a society. There's a percentage of the caseload that are a long way from the labour market, and yet we continue to beat them with the proverbial stick at great cost to the taxpayer. And that's reported as one of the reasons employers go, I don't want a part of this system because...
However, Chair,
yes.
I've never interrupted you before.
No, go for it.
This is my first time caller.
Go for it.
It's not, I don't think that the question you're asking is for the department to answer. I think it's for the politicians to answer.
I think absolutely you're right. It is for the politicians. I'm putting it on the table as one of the things, because this is our first date in public, we need to grapple with, is, you know, you get the point that I'm making. How might we, have you got any advice or observations for us, given you think deeply about this system and these issues, how might we go about thinking about this problem?
Can I put it another way?
Go. I'm trying to avoid saying flogging a dead horse.
Mr. Smythe, there's not one person in this room that I would send out to Frank Powell's farm to work on his onions. And there's not one person on this room that could go to Germano's and spend more than 1 hour on the potato sorting machine, where there's women out there who do it specifically and they are very good at it and they can do it for 15 hours in a row if the load needs to go out. That's the to me, in my mind, that's the exact opposite to what we're asking these people to do. I spoke to a shop assistant in a chemist shop, and because I have Moe in my electorate, and I'm not saying Moe is any greater or less than any community with unemployed and Indigenous people and all sorts of things we have around the issues, but it has a reputation which is unfair in the first place anyway. But as the lady said to me, Russell, you couldn't have these people on your farm. You can't have these people in your business. You can't, because they are dangerous to themselves and to the business to be on there in the capacities that they have.
Look,
And that's why we have this bottom line of the chair asking that, wanting to know what the answer to that
And the
question
physical
is.
incapacity I get, because you can measure it and put a metric around it and exclude them. But there are so many people, and we've heard from them in private and meet them in our communities. You know, we're not senators, you see, we're in touch with the community. But
Say that again.
yeah, indeed. It's only fun when there's senators here, really. You know, we know these people, we meet them, we door knock them, we represent them, we hear from them. And you've talked about them, people who have a mental illness that it's hard to type, and yet they say we're being tortured, we're not able to engage, we might be able to do episodic work, and yet the system keeps spending money on providers to beat and condition them and make them front up every 3 months and keep getting medical certificates.
Look, I think, Chair, there are obviously, and we can go through them, there are some exemptions to the mutual obligation rules. We are now talking about settings in the legislation and veering into the policy advice territory. And you know, as someone who's arrived in the department reasonably recently, I have some personal points of view, but policy advice is probably beyond our ambit. I mean, all I will say is that there's no doubt in my mind that the system and the laws are requiring some people to engage in activities where it's really hard to see that those activities will result in a change in terms of their employment status. But the system is not differentiating. Having said that, our employment service providers can differentiate in terms of how they engage with these people, how they treat these people. Whether they are in a way that we'd all be comfortable with is another question, but we hope with Workforce Australia that we are seeing a compassionate engagement between our providers and all of the participants, noting that there would be some with very challenging circumstances who many might say will struggle to find employment within the current system.
Just to carry on from where I think the Chair's thinking, has the department done any work in the area of mutual obligation where it can be a detriment to the person because of the mutual obligation? It's a negative rather than a positive. Is there any other ways of doing mutual obligation that we might look at? Has any work been done on that?
I think this is actually a good segue to our next section, which is on mutual obligation and the targeted compliance.
Yeah, I would say that we have different settings across 3 of our larger programs around mutual obligations, and certainly an area that we could look at. I would say that there are significant reforms that are being considered around CDP and DES, and therefore the interaction we have in Workforce Australia, with particularly, I think, the individuals that you've talked about. I mean, they need to be treated with dignity, with respect, and we should never give up on anyone. And we should enable people to meet their maximum potential.
What does that mean? We should never give up on anybody.
I mean, we need to apply a service or support system that looks at the individual, that looks at their unique circumstances, that tailors support and, I suppose, interventions that meet the motivations, the aspiration and the individual circumstances of people, rather than a one-size-fits-all. And that's what partially we've tried to do in Workforce Australia. Is it 100% right? Of course not. Can it be improved? Absolutely. But there are some big reforms going on at the moment where we can look at this. But around the issue of mutual obligations, we have a very different approach in a program, Transition to Work, where really it is the first interview and meeting that is compulsory. And then from then on, it's really up to the provider to demonstrate engagement with the participant, albeit if that's not working, that participant can then be moved to Workforce Australia. And in the Parents Next program, it's a much lighter touch of those mutual obligations as well. So there's a variation in terms of the way that the system is, I suppose, applied to different programs, and that can certainly be looked at. But as the Secretary said, that is a policy context that government and politicians need to grapple with.
Thank you. And, I'll go back and reflect on your words very carefully that the Secretary put before. They were beautifully phrased, entirely appropriate for a public servant, but I think a really profound admission or observation, I shouldn't say admission, an observation on the nature of our current system. And that's not the system you operate, it's the entire legislative construct, which does come back to politics and values and ideology about what we require people to do and whether it's realistic and whether it's in fact doing them harm, at great cost to the taxpayer. So they're things we need to grapple with, and we'll do.
Doing harm at great cost.
Well, not to everyone, but yes. Yeah, it does, telegraph some of my views in public, and I'm trying to work out how to unscramble some of that egg or dial some of it back. There's a political task, for media or those listening, there is a political exercise in having these discussions in public and reflecting over the next 6 to 11 months as a country over the last 20 years. Is there evidence to say we should be kinder to some people, that we should recalibrate what we require people to do, and redeploy some of those resources for better effect?
You've got a bad name, you're starting to sound like me.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Well, Russell and I did go to the same school, as I tell people, they were in different years. So, your words there, Mr Smyth, unique circumstances, we tailor support to meet individual circumstances. It's not a one-size-fits-all. That's true, because the caseload is so heterogeneous.
Yes.
And yet the system then, when we marketise it, gives the same exact payments to providers, whether someone's this far from the labour market or this far, if they're in the caseload C.
Can I just make a couple of observations?
In the caseload C, sorry, not A and B. Sure.
Yeah, so one observation is, over the period since around 2010, when the eligibility for the DSP was significantly tightened, there has been a structural upward shift in the proportion on our caseload of people with disability. And also part of the process of testing your eligibility for the DSP, as you'll be aware, is you go through quite a difficult evidential process, and in the meantime you're on what we call a program of support, which simply means you're in the Workforce Australia caseload. And often these are people with episodic mental health conditions and other partial capacity. So I just make those observations. But clearly that policy around, again, who should be on participation payments, where you must look for work and are in our systems, as opposed to other payments without those requirements, as a matter for the Department of Social Services.
Yes, no, it is. I mean, there's two things what you said there. There's the impairment tables and the thresholds that you set, but there's also the process that you apply, and there's an inordinate percentage of people who have their claims rejected the first time and then eventually through the AAT or the second go get it. That goes to the process and some slightly bizarre things which have been done that are outside our scope but could well be looked at without even touching the impairment tables. All right, let's move to the next section. We were just going to have a bit of a chat about mutual obligation requirements and the targeted compliance framework.
Okay. So, Chair, I'm going to start with just a bit of high-level discussion of the objectives of mutual obligations and some of the evidence, and then I'll hand over to Ms Ryan to walk you through exactly how the targeted compliance framework operates in practice. So mutual obligation means that the receipt of income support comes with an obligation to actively look for work and to undertake activities that increase an individual's employability. Where an individual does not comply with these obligations without a reasonable excuse, then a sanction is applied. The targeted compliance framework is the term for Australia's approach to applying sanctions. Mutual obligation requirements are enshrined in social security law. They are a core eligibility requirement for unemployment payments. Key elements of the system of sanctions are also enshrined in social security law. Now, a key principle is that the requirements that job seekers face must be tailored to their circumstances. For instance, job seekers with parenting responsibilities will have reduced requirements relative to single job seekers. People with health issues that impact on their capacity to work will have reduced requirements relative to job seekers without health issues, and so forth. Legislation and policy mandate that requirements must be appropriate for individual circumstances. Later in the presentation, we go through in a bit more depth how requirements are tailored with that principle in mind. The Targeted Compliance Framework is designed to encourage engagement and minimise the number of financial penalties applied. In the past, compliance systems in Australia have led to lasting financial penalties for the first failure to meet requirements. In contrast, the Targeted Compliance Framework is designed to ensure that job seekers who are simply having difficulty meeting their requirements do not face financial penalties immediately. Now, there's two exceptions to that. One is if you refuse a suitable job. Another is if you become voluntarily unemployed or you are sacked because of misconduct, and Services Australia looks carefully into that and confirms that there's no sort of reasonable valid reasons. In that case, your payment is cancelled immediately and there's a 4-week preclusion period before you can reapply. Okay. But other than those exceptions, here are some of the safeguards in place. Job seekers always have an opportunity to explain why they did not comply with a requirement, and if the reason is valid, the compliance is waived. Income support is suspended for the first 5 instances of non-compliance, with no impact on payments experienced by the majority of job seekers, i.e. the suspension is generally lifted within a single pay period. By ensuring careful review of requirements to ensure they are appropriate for the individual before financial penalties are applied. This occurs after the 3rd and the 5th instance of non-compliance. If it is found through those reviews that the individual is not capable of meeting their requirements, then their requirements are adjusted. Penalties cannot be applied by providers or the online system. Only Services Australia staff can make the decision to apply financial penalties, and Services Australia will talk to the individual to ensure the penalty is only applied if it is reasonable to do so. Once again, we're going through the detail of the application of the framework in a bit later with Ms. Ryan. Now, within the employment portfolio, there are also differences in compliance arrangements. For example, parents receiving services in Parents Next are not required to look for work and cannot be penalised for refusing or voluntarily leaving work. Participants in the Transition to Work program do not experience payment suspension unless they fail to participate in initial appointment 3 times. I'll just go briefly over some of the evidence now. There is strong international and Australian evidence that compulsory mutual obligation requirements are effective at increasing employment and speeding individuals' entry into employment. A range of studies show that monitoring job search and applying sanctions leads to a substantial reduction in the time job seekers spend on welfare. The Australian approach of suspending income rather than applying lasting penalties for the first 5 instances is unique internationally, as other countries immediately cut payments and do not back pay. Penalties applied under the Targeted Compliance Framework have the lowest impact of penalties applied under any previous Australian compliance framework and is the lowest internationally in terms of all OECD countries. In the first year of the Targeted Compliance Framework, penalty numbers reduced by 90% compared to the previous year, and engagement with requirements increased. However, the number of temporary income support suspensions increased significantly by 79% in that first year. I'd also note that income support suspensions, even where they do not impact on pay, are likely to cause distress and anxiety for participants. And as you noted, where people have been long-term on welfare, that sort of constant sense of anxiety can have a negative impact on their well-being. The fact that providers may suspend income support can also accentuate power imbalances between job seekers and providers. So overall, we think the evidence shows that the targeted compliance framework is achieving its objective of minimising the application of penalties while encouraging job seekers to comply with the requirements that will help them to re-enter employment. But it's important to acknowledge that any system relying on sanctions does have adverse impacts. And we do have some evaluation findings which are sort of case study in nature, illustrating some of those impacts, further to the question from one of the members earlier, which we could provide on notice.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, if you could provide us those case study impacts, that would be helpful. Let's go to start with to the cancellations issue. What analysis has been done on who's impacted by the cancellations?
So I think we had a question on notice from the earlier hearing that we can refer to here with some of the data. I'll just turn to that. Would you like me to come look for that now, or I can come back to it once Ms. Ryan has continued with her
if you just have a quick look
presentation?
now. The point I'm trying to get to from some of the, I said at the very start of today that many of us have done a lot of background reading and trying to think about how we approach this. Some of the international academic research suggests that cancellations really only fall on people with the most chaotic lives. And if I take the example that you gave, if someone is sacked for misconduct in a job, then they get 4 weeks a cancelled payment. I mean, that sounds nice, but that's 4 weeks that someone won't have to pay their rent. It's 4 weeks they'll have absolutely no income coming in. And I'm just struggling to understand if that pushes people into homelessness and poverty, what have we actually achieved as a society?
So I do have some data here on unemployment failures and work refusals. And this is the period 1 July 2021 to 30th of June 2022. So it's obviously in Job Active. So those payment cancellations impacted on 0.3% of the caseload. So 2,998 people with financial penalties due to unemployment failures or work refusals, and 2,962 participants affected. So that's 0.3% of the caseload.
Yeah, that's a number. What I'm trying to understand is who those people are.
So
because we undeniably have given them, they have no money to live on.
Chair, I don't have the figures in front of me, but Dr. Aronson, I would just ask, ex-offenders, Indigenous people are overrepresented, there's no question, in that penalty area with those suspensions, with those penalty payments and the like. Yeah.
And they go straight round to the salvos?
They go to the salvos, they go to the local food depot, they're driving landlords and real estate agents nuts because they stop paying their rent, and then they're faced with eviction notices. We're talking, I'm just not quite sure what we achieve in a total outcome for society by pushing more people into poverty and homelessness. Is there any good answer to that?
And
does it change drifting into a matter of policy?
It's not yours to answer.
But that's yeah.
But look, sorry.
Sorry, Aaron.
Yeah, sorry. Just wanted to clarify on that overrepresentation for ex-offenders and Indigenous people. What's the benchmark? Is that overrepresented compared to people in the program? Receiving the benefits? Sorry, want to understand that.
Whether we're talking about the cancellations, which is the more extreme form of penalty, or essentially penalties as a whole, or income support suspensions, Indigenous ex-offenders and people who are homeless are over disproportionately impacted relative to their proportion in the caseload. Now, something to bear in mind is that people who are longer term on welfare are more likely to be subject to these penalties simply by the fact that they're longer term in the system. And also younger people tend to be more likely to be impacted. However, when we control for both those factors, there's still a an element that's not explained, and we're currently doing a bit more qualitative research to understand what's happening and whether there's some bias in how the penalties are applied and the suspensions.
So those cohorts are overrepresented in the cancellations, and they're already overrepresented in the caseload.
That's right.
So this very small amount of penalty is falling on some of the most vulnerable people.
That's correct.
Yeah. All right.
With the risk that there's bias at play, which you're investigating. That's anecdotal, but you're investigating that at the moment.
Yeah, we're currently doing some more research into understanding why that is.
So when the Minister wiped the slate,
Yes,
you actually know who's about to come back on deck, don't you?
we do.
We're tracking how we can see in the data how many are now in the.
I think we've got nearly. The report was it was about 26 people that are in the penalty zone,
Right.
but with 0 penalties.
Yeah, of course.
So no one's accrued a penalty.
That's what I'm
yet.
saying.
But that's just a function of time, isn't it?
You know they're coming.
We know they're coming.
Right.
It is a function of time, Chair, but it's given us a unique opportunity to look now at actually we don't look at the privacy issues or anything like that, but are there kind of trends, are there cohorts that are fast-tracking through that system at the moment? Because
And I think
the Minister clean slated
Dr.
it.
Louise will be following that up for us. But what
Yes.
I'm asking you for is do the department then throw a whole lot of resources at that cohort now that it's very clear who they are?
Well, we're looking at who that cohort is and then getting, like Ms Jensen said, we're looking at some of the qualitative issues around it. I've got my team actually looking at it at the moment, looking at almost like some case studies that we can then go directly to providers to say, we're seeing some fast-track problems here. You need to intervene earlier with these particular cohorts so that we don't start to see that progression through the targeted compliance system.
So if then your department, through the providers, come back to you and say, Mr Smythe, we are hopeless in this situation. We can't deal with this situation. These people we can't deal with. You know. What resources has the nation got then to say, well, that's not going to do it for these people? So what other resources? Do we go direct to a service provider like the Salvation Army and say, we'll pay you to put your resources into this cohort? I mean, have we got any flexibility there? Or
I would say we've got probably limited flexibility given the procurement arrangements that were put in place. But
Salvation Army Employment Plus is a provider of employment services, and part of its model is to actually look at the other parts of its business, its assistance with homelessness services and other arms of its business to actually, or its operations, I should say, as a not-for-profit, to assist providers. So that's actually part of their wraparound service model. I think for us at this point, the conversation is very much with the provider about what are they doing to tailor that support. And actually, and I think Ms Ryan will get to this, there are kind of key conversations with the participant to check that what's in their job plan, what the requirements are appropriate, and adjust them if required. So we'd be wanting to see those adjustments. That's what we're looking for. If someone looks like they can't meet the obligations that are in their plan, we want to see an adjustment to that so that they, it's more tailored to their circumstances.
Can we just step this through then?
Yeah,
I'll just close off that point. I think I've made my point about chaotic lives is not a random Julian term. It's an accepted term in social work literature, which seems to be the best encapsulation of the kind of group of people I'm talking about, who are for whether it's cultural, mental health, addiction, life circumstances, family violence, trauma, all of the above, simply unable to engage in the system, or they have personality disorders and they got sacked at work, and then we say, sorry, you have no money for a month, that's your punishment, be homeless. So I've sort of made my point there. We can think about that. It's a matter of policy, I think, as the Secretary is effectively saying. But just step us through, because one of the things I've heard from providers with degrees of frustration is in this kind of dystopian penalty zone, and I'm not arguing against some notion of reciprocity, mutual obligation. I am sceptical about the language that is so punitive that we make people live in. And you advised us or acknowledged that this does cause distress and anxiety, and it does cause a power imbalance. Step us through. One of the things providers have said with degree of frustration is, look, people can go to, I think, 5 points or 3 points or something before they're required to actually have a conversation. A number of providers have said, look, we know that it's not until they're actually about to fall off the cliff that then someone will admit, I'm illiterate, I'm homeless, I've got a drug problem, I'm experiencing family violence. And that it's not until people end up in the red zone that the system actually requires that face-to-face conversation to be had, and you actually find out what the real problem is. That's what a lot of providers have said to us. So how do we explain that journey through the points?
So I think you might be familiar with this particular
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
So, as I noted earlier, we didn't explore some of these settings as we were developing Workforce Australia. This is the settings that we're operating today.
We're here to help.
So, and green zone, warning zone, penalty zone, they're not prescribed in legislation. They're something that we have applied. When we rolled out the targeted compliance framework in 2018, it resonated with people in terms of driver's licences and things like that. So that's kind of, when you get a penalty, you progress and all of that. So that's kind of the
Who
background
designed
to
it?
that. Oh, I don't know. I wasn't in the department at that time, Chair.
Well, it was the government.
The government of the time. It was endorsed, officials of, Yeah.
We'll know who approved it, but where did it come from? Was it a consultancy? Was it a minister's office? Was it?
It was an
a
internal
task.
review that was done by the portfolio because of the compliance arrangement that applied at the time. And could we come up with a better system? I wasn't in the department either at the time, but I think it was 2018 that it actually came into force.
There was an initial review done by the Boston Consulting Group, and then there was a task force of officials who developed the policy recommendations and the design.
Oh well, didn't defame them too badly. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, no, that's okay. So as I said, the zones, they don't exist in legislation. They're used as an administrative tool to communicate the operations of the compliance framework to participants, although the penalties are set out in legislation, in a legislative instrument. So that's another part.
Sorry, legislation or legislative instruments?
It's included in a legislative instrument, yes.
They're obviously two very different things.
In the legislation.
The penalties are in the legislation, and then the
demerits are policy.
Policy,
not
sorry.
legislation. Yeah.
It's quite a... So, Chair, I asked for some more information on this a little while ago, and we're going through some internal conversations, and it's clear that there's quite a combination in terms of the source of these things. There are some things in legislation. There are some things that are in determinations made by ministers. There are some things that are in determinations made by secretaries. And then there are some things apparently in determinations made by secretaries that then commission Services Australia to do certain things. And I'm still myself trying to get to the bottom of this. It is not all in one place neatly. One of the things about it, though, is that there are some elements that might be easier to shift or change or nuance than others. But obviously they all together represent the policy of the government of the day.
Yep, okay, all right. Well, we'll get Barry Jones in to system map that one.
Please.
So, if I can take you for a flight to Broome again, and you've got 82% of the cohort. What did you say, Louise?
Indigenous in Broome.
80. What were they?
82% of participants in Broome are Indigenous.
Is the cohort. Do we have the number of breaches in that cohort? Is there an inordinate number of breaches because that's what's going to happen?
At this stage in the program, because we've had the resetting, the numbers will be very small, so we won't be able to provide region level, particularly for a small region, because we don't want to, reveal sort of something that might identify.
But the provider could already tell us what's going to happen.
The provider would know if they had somebody on their caseload.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where there's one place where it's seriously, I'm not saying it's Broome, by the way. You know, I love Broome. If there's one place where it's seriously not working, they must actually come up with their own alternatives.
Well, that's where we are looking at those data and saying if there are outliers or something is not right, we are diving straight into ask questions of the provider. What is going on here? Because your compliance rate is much higher than anyone else. What's going on? So they're the kind of conversations that we're having. At the moment, we've got 23 people in the penalty zone, no penalties applied as yet. But as you talked about, there is a progression over time that will obviously increase. But we are watching it, and I think that that's the benefit of the Minister clean slating. We have a much better idea now to be able to pick up potential outliers amongst our providers who are doing something that is not consistent with the rest of the system. And so we can dive in.
So if I just look at your little slide there, you get 1 demerit, you get 2 demerit, you get 3 demerit, and then you get a conversation. So that's one of the points of reflection that the providers have said to some of us. This frustrates us because it's not until we have the conversation or even until Services Australia get involved, many of them say after the 5th demerit point, that people really then fess up what the actual barrier is, because there's shame for many people in admitting those things.
The only qualifier there I would make, Chair, is that the individual can have a conversation with a provider at the very first demerit or even before they're in the warning zone, like in terms of what their requirements are if they're struggling. So that intention is not to have those gotcha moments. So they don't have to wait to the 3rd demerit. I mean, the capability interview is a formal process and it's a structured conversation, but the intent is, particularly under Workforce Australia, is not to get to that point where they're actually going to accrue a 3rd demerit.
Well, I get that's the intent, but we've also been told clearly that people are going to come through the pipeline and get to that point.
Yes, but it also comes on to personal responsibility too. And so it's kind of a catch-22, like in terms of how the consultant engages with the participant, if they can start to see some things falling away, kind of asking those probing questions. But I'm just saying that...
Who's the personal responsibility? The
people with chaotic lives.
Client or the
well, it's
provider?
Both. The individual, they, they have to, I get what you're saying, Chair, about sometimes it does, and we know from experience, people are shamed, they're embarrassed, they don't want to disclose things. But this is the way the system has been designed at this point. So we have these checkpoints, capability interview, ask certain questions to the individual. Why didn't you attend the appointment? Why didn't you call up prior to attending it? What happened?
Because I've got a drug addiction that I've told no one about.
That's right. So
or my husband's beating me and I'm too ashamed to say it.
And so then at the capability assessment, at the 5th demerit, that's when Services Australia conducts a capability assessment. They can determine whether or not the person is capable or not capable.
Let me just go into a couple of other questions, just get a couple of things on the record and then we'll probably move on. So does the system have any facility at the moment? At the moment, from what I've heard, you either get a suspension, so you get $0 till you re-engage, and then you might get a cancellation, like an actual loss of dollars. Does the system have any facility, for example, to withhold half your payment?
Just to clarify, so if somebody is potentially, if they haven't met using the new points requirement, if they haven't met their monthly points requirement, they will get a warning. They get a notification. They get an SMS or an email to say, you're at risk of having your payment suspended. You need to go in and do something. And so they get notified about that. Then if they go in and finish completing their points, then they won't get a payment suspension. We introduced that in the end of 2020 to reduce that kind of churn where people were getting payment suspensions.
Well, they had 24 hours notice, which is bizarre.
48 hours.
48 hours, yeah.
But they do get
How is that communicated?
Through SMS or an email to the individual. We'll be able to demonstrate this through the whether the individual has subscribed to getting those notifications, and they get it in their inbox as well, and we'll be able to show that through the online system. That's actually resolved quite a lot of situations where people previously were having payment suspensions and then having to re-engage. So that kind of pre-warning, alerting, having a discussion, working through and resolving that has reduced the number of people that have actually accrued a payment suspension. And then when they redo something, then their payment is restored and it's back paid and the like.
So it's a technical question I'm asking, but does your current system enable, let's say the government changed the policy to cancellations are a different thing, but at the moment you either get your payment or it gets suspended until you re-engage. One of the things we hear constantly is for people who have trauma going on in their lives, they've got a sick kid, they've been taken to hospital, they can't do it within the 3 days for whatever reason. The provider's closed when they go there because they're a part-time provider in a country town, they're only there 1 or 2 days a week. You know, all of those reasons we hear about. Is there the facility, instead of a suspension, to simply reduce the payment for a period of time so that they've still got some money in the bank account on the long weekend?
That's quite a significant, quite a significant system change. At the moment, the system doesn't allow us to do that. No.
Okay,
but if we wanted to do that, we would have to have quite significant, because the payment is administered by Services Australia. So we trigger like the notification that a person has a payment suspension, then Services Australia execute the system, like to pause that person's payment while they're required to complete their requirements.
And again, I would stress, Chair, that the vast majority of cases when the income support is suspended, it doesn't actually impact the payment because it's suspended and then lifted again within that payment period.
Oh, yeah. I get that. But for the people who do, who have no money in the bank,
For them, it's
and then they've got no money for the weekend.
So if we're going to explore that, that would require, working with Services Australia to make quite significant system changes. Not impossible, but just so that you appreciate, that's not capable at the moment in our systems to do that.
Ms Miller-Frost.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions reflecting back on what's been said in this last section. So my background's with the homelessness sector, and you mentioned about financial penalties and that the majority of financial penalties are resolved within one pay period, so people don't actually miss a pay as such. However, do we have any evidence about what the impact of that delay is? And I'm reflecting back on, when I've had clients who've had payments that are timed and actually a delay of 1 or 2 days of getting their pay can actually be quite catastrophic because it starts the domino of cards falling. Do we have any evidence about any impact on clients from these shorter delays?
So can I just explain that we were talking about the suspension of the income support payment generally coming back on in the same payment. If it's not in the same payment, then certainly that delay will have an impact, noting that once it comes back on, it's fully back paid at that point. And we do have some evaluation evidence, which isn't representative, but it's from our qualitative interviews with job seekers that does talk about the hardship and distress that they will experience when that payment is delayed, because these are vulnerable people who don't have anything in the bank to begin with. Now, once they, after that first 5 instances, get into the penalty zone, then the penalty is a lasting financial penalty. The first instance of a week income support, the second instance of 2 weeks income support, and the final one of 4 weeks, and then payment cancellation. So, and that's not back paid. But as I say, the system is designed to really minimise the number of people who actually face those lasting penalties. But you're absolutely correct that there's still hardship for suspension.
There was some earlier work that we did with Services Australia that indicated that around 14 to 16% of those payment suspensions occurred over a payment point. So in other words, people therefore, because they hadn't re-engaged at that point, would not have had their payment made. About 14 to 16% would have missed a payment that then would have been backdated once they re-engaged, but about 14 to 16% of suspensions occur over payment points, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So do we know what the impact of that is on the client? And you know, is this meant to be about behavioural change, or is this meant to be about a punitive measure, or where? Do we have any evidence that it's doing either of those things?
So, just getting an update from a colleague, we've got some new data that shows it's actually 90% of participants who have no impact at all on their payments when their income support is suspended now, but obviously that leaves 10% where there is some impact. As I mentioned before, we've got some qualitative evidence from our evaluations, which we can provide to the committee. Now, in terms of the intent, it's definitely the intent is to change behaviour so that people do comply with their requirements, to help them get into work and to avoid having any lasting financial penalties, which contrasts the Australian system with all other OECD systems we're aware of, where as soon as you don't comply, you get a lasting financial penalty, and some of those penalties are very large. So this is the sort of balance that has been struck at the moment.
Okay, so when you say 90% no impact, and that's from some research, was that self-reported by the clients, or was that?
That's from our administrative systems. So it's the full population of job seekers. We know from our administrative data that there was no impact on their payment because the payment suspension was lifted ahead of the next payment period.
Okay, so there was no
of the cases
getting the money. Is that
There's
correct?
no impact whatsoever on their payment. In
No
those
actual
cases.
delay.
That's
All
right.
right.
But obviously there can be the psychological distress caused by the concern that your payment may be interrupted. So we need to acknowledge that.
Right.
Yes.
So just for my clarification, so how does somebody know that they're about to be suspended if they have their pay delayed if it hasn't already happened?
They receive a notification from through to tell them that their payment will be suspended within 2 business days. In the online demonstration this afternoon, we can show you the message that the participant will receive to say it looks like you haven't met a requirement, you need to do something. It may be you call your provider, or you call, if they're in online, to call the Digital Services Contact Centre. So, and as I said, that's in their online account, and also through other ways that they subscribe to messaging through an SMS or an email as well. So they can get that kind of early warning and maybe do something to resolve it before their payment actually gets suspended.
That would be very helpful. And sorry, Chair, I'm still going.
No, that's okay.
Again, coming from the homelessness sector, do you actually lose contact with people? I'm thinking of particularly, my former client group who frequently moved a lot and did get cut off and all that thing. Do you actually lose people a lot? Is that a certain number of these people who get these delays? Is that a cause?
I think we'd have to come back on notice. It certainly is likely that some people, the system will lose contact with them, but we need to come back on notice around actual numbers.
That would. So that is something raised with me by a provider as well. And then sorry, I'm still going. In terms of the mutual obligation, have we done any research into whether the types of mutual obligation that we're putting on are actually helping them to find work, helping them to, are they getting work faster than others? And is there anything that what specific type of mutual obligation is more effective than others, accepting that there's a whole range of people here with different needs and different skills and etc.
There's a range of studies that consistently show a significantly positive impact of the types of mutual obligation requirements we have here in Australia on the likelihood of people finding work and moving off benefit. So yes, there is quite a lot of quite well researched and credible evidence around that.
Can I just put a supplementary in, Louise, on that just for a second? That's a very sort of general claim. Could you take on notice and provide us with some actual specifics, one? And two, I'm particularly interested to understand from the stuff that I'd read about the OECD, there seemed to be reasonable evidence that the mutual obligation at the easier end of the spectrum is important because it makes sure or helps ensure that people are less likely to get stuck in the system for long. You come in, you start getting a bit of a push unless you're assessed to have really serious barriers right up. You start getting a bit of push and then most people, particularly at the younger age and that, get out of the system. I'm particularly interested to understand what's the evidence if someone's been long-term unemployed for 5 years that our mutual obligation framework helps them. So just wondering with that general claim, I can kind of accept it intuitively and common sense and from what I've read at the easier end. I'm struggling to accept it at the harder end.
So we're happy to come back on notice with the range around that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry, back to you, Louise.
Okay, look, my only other comment is accepting that not all mutual obligation is the same. So, I have heard of where it's basically down the doors, others that don't seem to be necessarily well targeted for work. So I'd be looking at something a bit more granular around what type of mutual obligation works best for. And is there any research on that? I'm not asking you to go out and do a thesis now, but I would assume that you've been doing this for a while, there'd be something.
And look, we've captured this on notice, but I believe that our evaluation of the compliance framework that predates Targeted Compliance Framework, where there were more immediate lasting financial penalties, did indicate that for job seekers with multiple barriers, including homelessness, that the penalties were not effective at increasing compliance. So, but we'll come back on notice as to TASAC, because this is my recollection of that evaluation evidence, noting it was regarding a different system as well. Okay.
Yep.
Lovely.
Thank you. The final question, I've just agreed with the Deputy Chair what we'll do now. There's just one other issue I just want to get on the record quickly. Then we'll have about a 15-minute break and then we're magically going to, I'm sure, condense the next hour and a half session we had scheduled into about an hour, hour and a quarter, and then we'll be kind of vaguely back on track, sort of. One of the things which people who've been around the system have told me for some time, most people who've been around the system some time have told me, is that the nature of the sort of compliance and the role of Services Australia Centrelink has changed over time, and that some iterations ago there was a more proactive involvement of Centrelink where they would be part of a three-way interview before people started getting penalised or pushed. Now, I'm not sure the extent to which that's accurate, but I'd be interested in your advice. And the frame I come from in this is twofold. One, an instinctive view, robo-debts, have been of great concern to the government, but an instinctive view against automation and against the principle that a private actor should be able to impose, in effect, penalties on a citizen, and that should be held as something that a public servant operating under the Public Service Code of Conduct does. Now, I know there's a technical answer. Well, technically that happens, but in practice people say that this has become more automated. And secondly, if you talk to a lot of the employment service providers, they are frustrated by the big brother aspect of what they do, that at the same time they're supposed to be the friend and the helper of the person trying to get a job, but they are also the police officer, the big brother. I described that, I think, in the speech as a sort of a weird victim, persecutor, rescuer triangle, where we're casting now the agent of the state as both the persecutor and the rescuer. So I'm just curious if you've got any observations in how we might think through that and why the decision seems to have been taken to outsource so much of this to the provider.
So a couple of observations. Firstly, obviously, it's still the case today that any lasting financial penalties, that decision must be made by Services Australia. It cannot be made by the provider. But you're correct that prior to the targeted compliance framework, I believe that income suspension decisions were also made by Services Australia.
Yeah,
Correct? Yeah.
Functionally.
Okay, so am I hearing you
So
right?
there has been a
the
change
distinction
in
there is
roles.
cancellation versus
Suspension.
suspension.
So, yes.
Historically, job seekers needed to do things like complete diaries that they would submit to service, or to them, Centrelink. They used to have to submit forms that recorded their job search. So a lot of the reporting of how they met their mutual obligations was not to the provider, it was to Centrelink, and government, I guess, it was a decision of government that that function would no longer be performed by Centrelink, and it became a role that was part of the service purchased by providers.
Also, some of those, the events where if the provider chooses to apply the targeted compliance framework, it could be where it may not be that Services Australia best placed to, confirm something. So, i.e., a job seeker doesn't attend an appointment with a provider. The provider knows if the job seeker attended or not. Services Australia they'll have to rely on either the evidence of the job seeker and the provider to confirm and kind of come up and say yes or no, and whether or not the person had a good reason for not attending or likewise. So there was a few decisions. I worked in the former Department of Human Services and used to look after the participation solutions team, or the policy or program area of that. And so there was a lot of rework and things of that nature there. So there has been a shift away, but I understand where providers are in that sort of difficult position, but at the same time, they don't have to necessarily. There's other ways to engage an individual than having to rely entirely on the targeted compliance framework as well. And we're shifting away under Workforce Australia. So it's more of a relationship piece. And, as I think I mentioned in my earlier evidence today, providers aren't defaulting to, suspending people. They are having multiple engagements to try to, build that relationship with them now. But that may not have been the case previously.
I appreciate that's the idealised view, and yet we have heard media stories. I mean, the case studies in Mark Considine and Co.'s book, Buying and Selling the Poor, examined 3 very different case studies, and they had 3 very different office cultures towards whether we apply the targeted compliance framework, ranging from the nightclub bouncer type through to the very supportive kind of earth mother, for want of a better archetype, who wants to support and cajole and encourage and doesn't really see the targeted compliance framework as much use or necessary. It just kind of mucks up the relationship. So what I am hearing from that is it depends a bit on the luck of the draw of the provider. Sorry, you were going to mention something, Ms Jensen, that your colleague had.
Yeah. I just think another consideration is, because we've heard a bit about how in the process where someone might have not complied, it's important that the provider has a conversation with them to see if their requirements need to be adjusted. And if, in the event that too much of the decision-making is centralised in Services Australia, you're less likely to have those important discussions around tailoring requirements actually happening where it needs to happen, which is with the person having the most direct engagement and who's actually setting the requirements. So that's just another consideration to bear in mind.
I get it's a bit of rework, but what was put to me was it was a better relationship, and it didn't pollute our relationship with the job seeker when we'd have a 3-way conversation with Centrelink, because they were kind of the big brother and they did the compliance bit. I suspect the reality, and you haven't said anything to just lodge my perception, is the Department of Finance saw this was a great way to outsource a bunch of sort of stuff that was either reworked double-handed or happen in the public service, and just kind of sheet it out in the contracts.
I don't recall it being a Department of Finance decision, so we would have to go back and have a look.
Sometimes there's a reason or a role for double handling. All right. Is there anything else that people want to add on that topic at the moment? There's a few things to take on notice, but I think Ms Miller-Frost's questions are particularly pertinent about the evidence behind the targeted compliance framework at different stages of a participant's journey. And I think you've heard some deep scepticism both about how payment cancellations, where they land in society, and also an interest in being convinced at least, or if not scepticism, about how beneficial this kind of punitive approach is for longer term unemployed people, given everything else that we've kind of heard already and experienced in our own lives and communities. Yeah, but I do, take your point that the system actually, in terms of you don't want people to get stuck in the system through lack of any obligations. I fully accept that. And we can explore in future sessions also the transition to work program, which, as you said, has much greater flexibility, and mutual obligations effectively are suspended as long as you're engaging properly in the program.
25 hours a week.
Yep. All right, let's break for 15 minutes. We'll reconvene at past and we'll jump into that last session today and have a bit of a whiz through what the actual online systems look like. Thank you. We're right. Thanks, broadcast. All right, this final session for the day, we've asked the department just to demonstrate, if you like, and talk us through the systems which both unemployed participants and also employers are required or asked to use. So in your hands, I think if we can try and shorten, we had an hour and a half scheduled, I think we'll need to kind of try and condense that down to about an hour if we can.
Karen Kovacevic, and so she's going to lead off with Nicole Johnston, and then I'll sort of add any colour and movement in relation to the program operational piece, Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon. Hi, Karen Kovacevic. I'm the Chief Digital Officer. This afternoon, my colleague Nicole Johnson, who's the branch manager of the Digital Experience and Services branch, is going to demonstrate the user experience for individuals and businesses using the Workforce Australia online for individuals and business website and mobile app. And from here on, we'll just refer to it as the digital platform rather than the full spelt out piece. Nicole will present 3 personas to showcase the online experience of users who engage with the digital platform. In front of you, I think you have an outline of what we plan to demonstrate today, and you can see from there the key elements for each persona that we'll take you through. There are quite a lot of screens to take you through, and so we're happy to take questions along the way. Mindful of time, we can speed up, slow down, skip over any parts if you'd like, so perhaps just let us know along the way. The 3 personas, to start with, is the first one is Richard. So Richard has recently lost his job. He's been to Services Australia, he's been found eligible for digital employment services, and he's going to use the digital platform throughout his journey. Persona 2 is Lee, who is a small business owner. Lee has found Workforce Australia online, has registered their business and has advertised a vacancy. And we'll show you how Richard, the job seeker, and Lee can interact online, applying for the vacancy, etc. The third persona is Sarah. Sarah has been in employment services for some time using the online platform, but she's now decided that she would prefer face-to-face servicing with an employment service provider. So we'll show you how Sarah can move from the online system to a provider service. While Sarah is being serviced by a provider, she has at times not met her mutual obligations, and this is where we'll be able to show you in more detail the targeted compliance framework and the system side of that. I'll just finish off by the new digital platform is a modern workflow-based system. The platform has delivered now the foundations of a new technology base. It is a simpler system, it's better connected for users, it's a safe system and a much more user-friendly experience than the previous system. The design of the system of the platform was informed by user research, co-design and also beta testing that we did with live users throughout the implementation phase. We do continue to gather feedback throughout the life of the system, or from the users of the system, and we continue to undertake user testing to improve and refine the services over time, and I know you've heard that many times today, and we'll just show you an example of that through the demonstration. The underlying technology that we've used here to build the new platform does provide us with greater flexibility for change and modification than we had in the previous system, and we will be able to continue to enhance and modify the system in a much easier way than we were able to do previously. It does obviously, as I said, better connect users. We can use data much more effectively than we were able to in the old system, and that means we can provide a more personalised and tailored service. And of course, you've heard today that it does integrate significantly with Services Australia IT systems as well, and so there's a lot of work done to modernise the way that the systems talk. And finally, the demonstration today uses fictional data, and the personas have been created for the purpose of the demonstration. So we will not be showing you the live system because we do need to have real users authenticate with their digital identity to do so, and that would reveal their real credentials and personal information. But we will show the actual screens that users are faced with, and we will make this demonstration available to the committee so that you can look at it afterwards. So I'm now going to hand over to Nicole, and Nicole, if you're happy, we'll start with Richard, who is the new job seeker who's been moved to digital services.
Just before Nicole,
Yeah.
Ms. Kavesic, how much information do you hold on an individual?
We hold a reasonable amount of information about their personal circumstances, but only the information that we need to be able to provide the service. So we do receive registration, what we call registration information from Services Australia, so name, address, phone number, contact, etc. You've heard today that they do job seekers undergo an assessment, and so there is information gathered there. And then equally, when a job seeker uses the online platform, they will also enter information.
So Services Australia have all the financial information.
Correct.
You have just the information you need,
About
quite separate.
themselves or the service they're being provided.
So if they hacked you, they'd just find out how to get a job.
Probably won't go there in the public hearing. Yep. Ms Johns will take that as rhetorical.
Good afternoon, I'm Nicole Johnson, the Assistant Secretary for the Digital Experience and Services Branch. I'm going to start off with Richard. Richard, as you've just heard, is just recently lost his job. He's decided to apply for income support with Services Australia. Richard has recently lost his job. He looks online for help and claims income support payments from Services Australia. Services Australia will advise us that Richard is eligible for the Workforce Australia, and we send Richard an email and an SMS, depending on the information that Services Australia has captured at that point in time. So once Richard receives this email, we ask him to go into Workforce Australia. As part of his journey through to Workforce Australia, he must link his MyGov account to his Workforce Australia account. This is the process that we need to go through to link that account. He confirms that he wants to continue with his account. We will send an activation account to his email address or his mobile phone. Once he enters that activation, we know that this is Richard. He's received the right activation account. And then he's successfully linked his account through MyGov to Workforce Australia. And again, we send Richard a notification through his email. As part of using Workforce Australia, Richard needs to do his privacy and consent. And this is just set in the terms and conditions of the digital platform. Once he's consented to that, we do ask him to confirm his profile visibility. And he has two options here. He has the ability to keep his profile hidden, which means that if any businesses are registered through the Workforce Australia platform, they will not be able to see his profile when they're doing a candidate search. But if he does apply for jobs through the Workforce Australia the digital platform, his profile will automatically be shown to that employer as he's applied for that position. If Richard decides that he wants his profile set to standard, this will allow businesses to do a candidate search through the business side of the digital platform, and they'll only be able to see his profile with no personal details attached to that. So he has a choice here. As part of that, we start to want to capture some information about Richard to help him on his journey. So we ask him to allow us to understand what his locations are, where he's interested in working, and what occupations he would like to achieve. So this is starting to set up his profile that allows us to do job matching through our system. Once he's done that, we present him with his homepage. Here, Richard, we are waiting for Services Australia to do their participation interview, and we encourage Richard to continue on his journey by completing his job seeker snapshot. As part of that, this assessment, this is as identified previously this morning, this assessment is his first assessment. This allows us to understand his experience in education, and I'm just going to go through these fairly quickly. If you want me to stop, I'm more than happy to stop. In this side, we ask about his internet skills, his internet usage, and does he not understand how to submit applications through an online profile. If Richard answers no or not sure to both of these questions, at the end of the job seeker snapshot, we actually ask him, we actually put a task up on his homepage that says you might be interested in moving services, and then he can view his options that he can move a service through that process. So this happens at the end of the snapshot. I'll continue with the snapshot at this point. So we've answered yes to both of these questions. We ask about the ability to work and his work capacity. We ask about any of his background. We also ask about personal circumstances. And then...
Sorry, can you just go back to living situation?
I
One
can.
of the things that I've been told by providers is that is this the job seeker classification instrument in effect? Does this feeds into your JSCI score?
This is, yes.
Okay, yeah, it's been sort of put to us that it's not clear enough on identifying people who are effectively homeless, who may not consider themselves homeless, but are couch surfing or in such insecure housing that it's a barrier that means they shouldn't be in digital services. So what are the questions there?
There's questions about are they living in rented accommodation or their own home? Are they currently staying in emergency or temporary accommodation? Do they live on their own? How often have you moved in the 12 months? Because that can also be an indicator that someone is subject to couch surfing and things of that nature. So there's some of the questions that we do ask.
Okay.
And that is relying on the individual disclosing those. So this is that tricky piece, Chair, about being open and upfront. And they can, as part of that job seeker snapshot, I appreciate this is the first introduction about determining whether or not they're at risk of becoming long-term unemployed and whether or not they need best be serviced in digital or in our provider service, but they can continually go in and update this job seeker snapshot as well if circumstances change.
Yeah, I mean, I take the point that even in a face-to-face interview, it's been acknowledged that people are still less likely in a first date to become very vulnerable about their circumstances, whether that's an addiction, family trauma.
Others might be able to add to this, but my recollection is when we evaluated and trialled the online job seeker snapshot online, we found that a number of participants were actually more comfortable disclosing online some of these challenges rather than talking face to face. So this is that kind of striking that right balance. That said, they can do it over the phone with Services Australia. They can actually have it done with a provider face to face or with a digital services contact centre as well.
So just noting that anything with a little blue edit button here is just indicating this is the information that we're sharing between Services Australia and ourselves.
Yep, okay.
At the end of this, Richard's able to review what he's put in his answers to his questions, and he can actually change these at any point in time. He also, after he's submitted this, can go back and change them through the system if things change or circumstances change within his journey. Once he's done that, We then go and ask Richard to create his profile. Please note that Richard doesn't have to do all of this at once. He can do it over a period of a couple of days, but we just send him an SMS to remind him that he can do his profile online. We also welcome Richard to Workforce Australia. We do have videos that Richard can watch, and which outlines some of the things that he's expected to do by using the platform. I won't play that today.
How many people watch the videos?
I can take that on notice and get you some numbers.
Sure.
So part of this is we ask Richard to create his profile, and this is us learning about Richard. We're working about his experience, where he's worked previously, any of his education, and please note none of these are mandatory, so if they're not able to fill out, they don't need to enter these. This just helps us match throughout the journey with Richard with his job matching and any of the other areas that we would like to help him on his journey. Richard could add any skills in this area. Once he's done that, he can save and continue. Again, he can review his profile and again, update it at any point in time throughout his journey with using the digital platform. We also have the ability, if Richard has a resume that's already stored on his computer, he can upload this resume through our process, upload his resume. He can choose the file that he would like to upload. He saves the file, and then we scan his resume and we actually look to see what he's already got in his profile and what is in his resume, and through that we can identify the differences, and we can ask Richard if he would like to update his profile based on what we've seen in his resume. Richard can also remove these if he would like to.
So when you say we, that's a human being in the department?
No, it's the system, sorry. The system will look at his resume and look at what he's put on his career profile.
So it's AI, machine learning in effect?
It's similar, yes. It is standard industry practice. Seek and others do exactly the same.
Yep.
Sorry, I'll stop referring to we.
That's okay. No.
So we will the system will update his profile, and he can then go back and have a look at it. And again, if he does not like anything in the profile, he can go back and edit it himself through this process.
So, Ms Johnson, at this stage, there's no human interaction?
If Richard is having any issues, he can always contact the Digital Contact Centre at any point in time. And again, through our notifications or anything we send to Richard, we actually identify that he could contact the Digital Contact Centre for support.
Can I just jump to Ms Miller-Frost, who had a question, I think, which would touch on that. Louise, did you just want to ask about the digital literacy issues?
I did. I'm just trying to get online.
That's all right. You're there.
So my question really was pretty much that. If somebody's not IT literate at all, how do they actually find out how do they go through that process if there's no human interest and no shop front as such?
So as part of the process, we do send an SMS to the participant's mobile, and in that SMS it will have a contact number for help, which would be the Digital Contact Centre.
And remember, the digital literacy questions are right up front. So at that point, clearly, if the user says, "I don't know how to use internet banking," or whatever it might be, at that point they can be moved over to an employment service provider, or the contact centre can assist them.
But also,
But if they're not IT literate online.
I know. So, but even before that, as part of their claiming for income support through Services Australia, Services Australia conducts a participation interview, and they will talk to the individual. So even at that point, the person can say, "I'm not confident using computers," and on that basis, they can then be referred to a provider for provider servicing. So there's these sort of safety nets that are built in, because I know there'll be some people that someone might have helped them apply online for a claim, but then that's after they've had a family member, but then getting them to complete this next phase is beyond their confidence. They don't feel secure doing it. So they can do it they can talk to Services Australia and say, "I don't want to go to digital, I want to be with a provider because of these reasons." And no questions are, that's their choice. They're exercising their choice.
So is that a shop front, or is that a call centre, or how do they?
My understanding it is over the phone. So they schedule an appointment. So Services Australia, but we perhaps could ask other questions from Services Australia. It is over the phone. And so they get a message to say that Services Australia is going to call you at a certain time. Then they're ready to answer that call, ask those questions, and then they're connected then to a provider and can work with them to help them on their path to employment.
Okay, and how, if they've never been unemployed before, how do they know how to contact Services Australia? I'm sorry if that's...
No, that's a really valid question. So on one of the first slides that Ms Johnson showed, there's for Services Australia, and I'm probably entering into their territory, so there is on their website, there's really clear information, or they can go into a service centre and say, I've just lost my job, how do I claim? So there's lots of information there. I've been going in recently to have a look at how do you navigate the system, how am I eligible, and all of that. So Service Australia have got a lot of information about claims, payments, who may be eligible, all of that spelt out there. So, but they might be able to elaborate more.
Yeah, leaving aside the website, which obviously an IT non-literate person's not going to look for, there are actual shop fronts people can go into.
For Services Australia, yes, there absolutely are. Yes.
Okay. My other question, fairly early on in the Richard profile, there was a comment that once the profile is uploaded, businesses can actually do a search function to access the profiles without any particularly personal ID. What's the uptake on that? Because I have to say, as a former employer, I've never actually used it. But I didn't actually know it was a function, so...
So it's something we'd need to take on notice about their current usage, but we can certainly do that for you around whether that's something we're actively tracking and can report on.
Yeah, we certainly can provide that data. We do know that employers do use that function, and they do match with candidates and reach out to candidates who they think might be suitable for their job, and we'll demonstrate how that works through the platform shortly.
Oh, right.
We can show you how that works. Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic.
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Louise. Ms Johnson.
So Services Australia are currently still processing Richard's claim. This means that Richard can still use the digital platform. He didn't have to do his career profile at that time. We're just encouraging Richard to do his profile while we're waiting for Services Australia to complete his claim. So Services Australia invite Richard to complete a participation interview. Once that participation interview is completed, Richard will receive a notification from our system for him to agree to his job plan. Again, we will send Richard an SMS or an email or both, and an inbox message to his account, and here Richard can go in and complete his job plan. This is the home page that Richard will come to. We identify the tasks that Richard needs to complete to be able to do this, and as you can see, we're asking Richard to do his job plan. The information that Richard needs to know, he needs to be able to read through this. Again, if he is struggling or having any issues with this, he can contact the Digital Contact Centre and they can support him through this. He needs to understand the common mutual obligation requirements. So we're now going into his obligation requirements as being part of the service. He can review and agree to his job plan. This is a summary of his job plan that he will get to see. And then once he's agreed to his job plan, he can also go back and always look at his obligations that he's just agreed to.
So what does the job plan look like? Because the language says review and agree the job plan, but did I miss the bit? What's in Richard's job plan? Who works that out?
So this is the job plan. This is the information about the job plan.
Yeah.
The next step is the actual job plan. So this is telling Richard what he has to do, and these are the requirements he has to meet as part of his job plan. So
he has to meet his points target, meet his minimum job search reporting period, keep his profile up to date, attend his job interviews. Right, okay, so it's all about mutual obligation. Participate in an activity or accredited course, he may be required to... Oh, that's the EST, is it?
Yeah, an activation requirement if it's required, yes.
Right. So the job plan sounds nice, but it's really a plan to get a job. It's a set of activities that you have to do to get your payment. So we've invented nice language, but it's just mutual obligation. That is interesting, because I suppose from the outside I'd imagined guiding someone through actually constructing a plan which might help them get a job.
I think the key thing is that it's the kind of formal bit, including importantly meeting your points target, but when it comes to him deciding what he wants in his points target, that's where it's tailored to the activities that meet his needs to improve his employability. But this kind of streamlines the job plan, and also means that if he changes his mind about, you know, what activities are right for him, he can do that quite easily without going back and rewriting his job plan. So it actually increases his agency to do that and streamlines it.
Yes, well, yes, I get the point, but he signed up to this and he's basically just got to go and find a job.
And noting that in online, these are the more job-ready one. For many of them, finding a job is actually what they want to do. But nonetheless, if they want to do online study, when he gets to the points, he can put that in there. There's quite a lot of online training on the system as well. Yeah.
The philosophy, I suppose, around the redesign was to shift resources into helping people who are longer term unemployed. But that's interesting. So the job plan isn't really a plan to get a job, it's just your mutual obligation.
It's kind of formally noting what your obligations are, but the points target again is where it's more about what's the tailored activities, you know, how much online training, how does a job search, so we'll get to there in a bit, won't we, Karen? Yeah.
Sorry, I'll just keep going. So this is, as I said, this is the summary of his job plan. So this is sort of breaking it down to a summary version. And then Richard can always go back and review what the summary was previously, or he can print the job plan off.
But he can't really change it because it's just stuff he has to do.
Correct.
It's kind of a...
So we also send Richard a notification to say that he's completed his job plan, and he should go log on to Workforce Australia for more information around the system and the points that he needs to occur.
So we really are presuming that people who get streamed into digital will just know how to go and get a job. They'll sign up to seek.com, they'll hand out some resumes, they'll do whatever people in the community do to get a job. Because the jobs plan doesn't give them any guidance on how to get a job.
But there's a load of information that sits around this system that actually does that. I'm just trying to understand. But within the digital system, there is a load of things and prompts that they receive, that individual receives around all of those activities and actions that might help them actually re-enter the labour market.
It's a topic for another day, but if we looked at the jobs plan that a provider does, is it like that?
It's very similar, Chair, very similar. And it's then when they have that more kind of specific conversation then about tailoring what activities and tasks they're going to do in order to meet their points and things like that. But I mean, maybe we can I can see if we can get a copy of one or something, an example and what have you, so be able to share and compare.
I just imagine myself developing a plan to get a job, or probably anyone in this room. Like, there'd be a set of activities that you write down that would be your plan to get a job. Like, I've had a friend who was a CEO and contract finished, and she spent 5 months getting a job. You know, it was a bit stressy. It was just a small not-for-profit, not a big listed company, she had a mortgage to pay, kid to raise. But a jobs plan was have, 4 coffees a week with my network, and network on LinkedIn, and go to conferences where I would meet people and send my CV, apply for jobs, chat with headhunters. Like, that's a jobs plan for someone of that ilk.
I think you've made the point.
Yeah.
So there is content available on the website, as Mrs. Smythe said, that does provide some of that type of information. We haven't got it in the presentation
Okay,
today,
that's fine.
but yeah, there are
You can send us some
fact
links. I mean, we
sheets
can
and
have a
other
Google
things.
ourselves outside here and just have
Yep.
a look at the support materials.
Yeah, there is support material.
I'm just going to move over to Lee, who's the small business owner, and she's done a search and she's found Workforce Australia for businesses. And then I will come back to Richard applying for Lee's position.
Okay.
So Lee's found is an owner of a small cafe. She's looking to hire a new barista, and after a quick Google search, she lands on the Workforce Australia platform. Part of this, again, there's a large amount of content to help businesses throughout their journey as well, but I will go straight into the registration and onboarding of a business. So Lee decides not to go with our providers, so businesses can use our employment services providers to manage their vacancies as well. But for this instance, Lee's decided to create an account to access the full suite of online services. She does need to go through the digital identity. I'll just go through this.
So I was going to ask that question. So she has to give herself a digital identity.
Correct.
Does Richard have to get a digital identity?
Not a digital identity, a MyGov ID.
MyGov, yes.
A MyGov ID, yep. So they're different. Once Lee does get a digital ID and comes through to our platform, she needs to agree to the terms and conditions of the platform. Part of that, we need to make sure Lee is the correct person. At this point in time, we will ask her to review her contact details, which we get through the process of her registering through for the digital
I
identity.
just want to go back a bit. You have to have, I just had to have a digital identity to continue with our self-managed super fund, which disappointed me greatly. It's not something that I'm in favour of. I dislike the whole process. I dislike the invasion into my privacy and everything. So what has instructed you? Is it the MyGov system that has to have the digital identity? It's got nothing to do with you. It's MyGov, is it? That says if you want to use MyGov, you have to have a digital identity.
So we have implemented the digital identity within our system. So we require businesses, employers who wish to use our system to have a digital identity. And the reason for that is that it's critically important that we can verify that somebody is a legitimate business owner. If we don't have that process in place, effectively anybody can register and say, I'm Karen, the business owner, my ABN is 1234, and then I can actually access potentially job seeker information if I say I'm looking for a candidate who is looking for a job. So we take the privacy and the security aspect very importantly here, and as such, we require the identity to verify that you are a legitimate business.
So it's compulsory?
It is, as an employer, to use our business. We did only introduce that this year as part of the rollout of Workforce Australia.
Welcome to Australia.
So if Lee's not the business owner, but let's say it's an SME, some human being individually has to register and the account is linked to them personally and their MyGov account?
Sorry, on the employer side, so are you saying an employee of Woolworths, for example? Is that...
Yeah, Woolworths is probably at the other end of what I was thinking, but let's say a firm of 30 people.
Yeah. So
one of them has to actually register as an individual human being to.
They register as the business owner.
Person,
that's correct.
The business owner
with the taxation office, and then
could it be the HR manager? Like, what if there is no sole business owner?
There's an authorised officer, correct?
Okay.
And employees can be linked to the account via the authorised officer.
Okay, the reason I asked that, I'll just telegraph it, I'm not trying to set you up, is one of the complaints that I've had from an employer who has, liked the old system and is finding this a bit frustrating is they said for privacy, they're not prepared to let their other employees download the CVs. And they said, we did a search and we've got 50 CVs because I've got 30 jobs to fill. and I have to sit there personally because it's my digital ID. I'm not going to let my other people from work have my login details and my passwords to get into this personally. And for every CV I download, I've got to click 5 or 7 times, and it's just taking me hours to batch download 30 CVs.
So the employees of that person don't need that person's login details as such. They can be set up by the authorised person to be able to access the applications in this case that would come through to that business. So might be that the person you're referring to just needs a bit of assistance, and happy to help if we can.
We have had a number of attempts at fraud in relation to obtaining people's private information by dodgy providers and that, people looking around like even human trafficking kind of issues and things. So we take it very seriously.
So you anchor it back to human being. If there's system glitches where things are a bit clunky, you can take feedback on that and smooth them out, but you've got a firm piece of advice or principle that has to be anchored to a human being for those issues. That's right. So,
and I would just add, and I understand your frustration, but the digital identity is a universal system, so it is not unique to Workforce, as you said. So once you have registered as a business owner, as you would know, that will give you your access to Workforce Australia, to the ATO, to many other business services that require
well, it's the director ID that now is flooding millions of people into having that.
I'm just going to quickly go through the next couple of screens. They're more about the verification side of things and sending codes to the individual to make sure that they're verified through the system. So I'll just quickly go through this section. This is just to continue to Workforce Australia. Once Sarah gets through the registration process, she's able to search for candidates or find candidates through the system. As I said before, that if a job seeker if an individual has their profile set to standard, Lee will be able to find them through the system by doing a search. So Lee's done a search and she's found Juliana, who she'd like to have a look at their profile. And again, you are not able to see any personal details of Juliana, no date of birth, no address, any of those type of things, but they can actually see the profile of Juliana through the system. Once Lee has reviewed Juliana, she can actually shortlist them or save them, and then when she's ready, she can come back into the system and review Juliana's profile again. So she can build up a list of people that she would like or think would be suitable for her position. Lee then decides to post a job ad online for free. She can do this, she can create and advertise a job. As part of advertising the job, she can also, as Lee's new to the service, she would need to create a job from scratch, but if she was actually had other positions advertised previously, she could use one of those and build on that particular vacancy. Lee has to describe the job. She needs to fill out a few details about the position. We need to understand what the position is, how many positions that she would like to advertise, and a number of other references that we ask to be able to identify the position. We also have the ability for screening questions. The first question here, which is, are you the right fit for the candidate for this role? It is a mandatory question, and employers can add more questions that allows them to screen an individual through their process. Individuals do not have to, and these fields are not mandatory for the individual to actually answer and apply for positions going forward. It is just up for the employer to add these to their position. Once they do that, Lee can review the job. And once she's done that, she has posted the job up on the website, up on the digital platform.
How many jobs are advertised there at the moment?
Jobs can be registered directly in this way, and we also receive feeds from other online job boards. There's over 200,000 jobs on as of today.
So when you say other online jobs boards, if I'm an employer in Russell's electorate and I've registered with Jobs Victoria, say, because I happen to stumble across them at a community fair, and I'm registering there, do I get an option to click, would I like to be registered with Workforce Australia?
So,
No.
so this,
No.
yeah,
No.
it's with particular jobs boards where we have arrangements set up,
have
secure
arrangements.
transfer of data,
Right.
etc.
Exactly, yeah. So we do have
So you don't have an
arrangements with-
arrangement with the state government, or the only state government investing in this kind of thing?
No, not to my knowledge, no, we don't. So we have arrangements with Career One, Jora, which is part of SEEK, so some of the other large, Adzuna, etc., the large, well-known job boards. Many, and if not most, of their vacancies, that are posted on those sites are actually also visible through Workforce Australia Online. They are clearly identifiable as this job sits with Adzuna or with Career One or with a job at Workforce Australia provider, etc.
Okay.
Or
right.
an individual
Can you just
employer.
take on notice of how many jobs you've currently got? How many of them were registered directly versus how many came from which other jobs boards? And that list of which jobs boards you have links with.
Yeah, the percentage is about 3.2% are directly registered. The vast majority are from external, but we'll
that
get
is
you the number
unsurprising.
detail.
There's a bunch of commercial elephants out there who, if they feed into you, that's probably
There are
more
lots
realistic.
of common aggregators, as
We
you
don't want
know.
businesses to have to type the same stuff into multiple sites. Right.
So once the job is posted, we also help Lee through content that helps her support. We were talking about content before. The employers or the businesses also have a large range of content to help them support them through their business journey. As you can see, we after they've posted the job, we also pop up some content that they might be interested in. Throughout the system, we also ask for feedback from employers and individuals. So we are constantly looking at the feedback and working out where the system may need to be updated or changed to support them. That's Lee. She's now advertised a job. I will go back to Richard. So Richard is going to search for jobs as part of his point space. He'll explore what jobs are available to him. At the moment, he hasn't applied for any jobs and he has 4 jobs that he has to do. And we're showing that he has 80 points as part of his points-based activation. He has 29 days to do it in. So Richard is going to explore for a position. He searches and he finds Lee's position. He then can look at the position and we give them the details that Lee provided, plus some more information to help him decide whether he would like to apply for that job. We also advertise some jobs that are similar to the one he's applying for. He then applies for the position. As you can see, here are the employer questions that were asked from Lee as part of her creating the vacancy. As I said, they're not mandatory for Richard to apply for, but he can answer those questions. He then updates his profile if he would like to, or uses the profile that he already has in the system. He can add some supporting documentation. He can add a cover letter, he can add his referees, and he can attach additional documentation to help support his job application. He will review it, and again, he can change it at any point in time. Once he submits the application, he has now applied for that position. We then send Richard an email and an an email to advise him that he's applied for that position, and he has now 5 points on his home page to show him that he's applied for that position as part of his points base.
So he could meet his whole monthly requirements by sitting there and just applying for 16 jobs like that.
He could.
Yep.
Under the P-base.
You get 80 points
He
for
gets
doing those 16, that's correct.
5 points for every job application he submits.
So a few days later, Lee signs back into Workforce Australia Online for Businesses.
Sorry, Chair, just
Yeah.
one question on that one.
Pardon?
Yeah, that's automatic on the website, it looks like. So as soon as he applies on the Workforce Australia website, that automatically goes to his points. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if he's applying on, say, a seek.com, he would then have to manually
No.
complete that process.
No, we have a process that allows Richard to send an email to a particular email address, and that's explained throughout the platform with his job seeker ID. When he does that, it uploads it into the system, and that will accrue his points as well. So, and he doesn't have to sign into the system to do that.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
So he applies on seek.com, as Aaron said. He gets an email confirming that, and he just flicks that off to a magic email address.
Correct.
And it updates.
Yeah. So Lee's logged back in. She's going to review the candidates for who's applied, and she can see Richard. So she can now have a look at Richard's profile as he's applied for the position. She can review it, and she thinks he's a good fit. She's going to contact Richard through our system. So this is via our digital platform. As Richard's applied online, this information is shared between the two business and the individual platforms that we have. This will send an email to Richard, allowing Richard to see that she's interested and would like to contact him. Mm-hmm. Richard is going to go for an interview, and as part of that, he's going to report that he's been for an interview with Lee. These are the report and earn points that we've been referring to throughout the day. These are just the list of things that people can apply for to update, to accrue points. As you can see, Richard's going to apply, register that he did a job interview, and he will obtain 25 points for that. He just comes in here, he just reports that he went for an interview, he declares it, he submits it, and then we can see how he's tracked. So we can now see that Richard has 5 points for his applying for the position and 25 points for attending the interview.
Sorry, just on this one, when he attends the interview, is the other example of small business owner, are they required to confirm that he attended the interview on their end of the process, or is it taken as given?
No, they're not required at this point. As you can see, we've now applied for one job, and we're still reminding Richard that he has to apply for 4 as a minimum to keep his points. We do keep this up to date. As you can see, he's still got 26 days and he has 50 points that he still needs to do within 26 days. That is Richard and Lee. I'm happy to go into the next section if there's no questions regarding those two.
Okay, keep going.
How
much more time do you reckon we've got to whiz through this?
This is the hard bit. Depends on your questions.
All right. All right, you run through it.
This is where we demonstrate a live compliance penalty zone type issue, so you might have more of an interest in this.
Okay, got it.
Can I ask a question before we go on to that section, please?
Sure.
Yeah, in terms of, so I also had expected that the jobs plan would be more tailored according to the needs of the individual. But in terms of people actually applying through this online process, do we have any data on how many people actually get jobs that way? Because generally when I'm advertising for a job, I prefer people not to actually apply through the online system. I prefer to get an actual application emailed to me.
So there's the flexibility within the system for a business owner to choose whether someone will apply over the system or will apply through a different mechanism like email. And that means it is a bit tricky for us to quantify the exact translation of applications from the job ads, because it's up to the individual employer how they would like that process to run.
Right, and do we have data on how many people get jobs through this process, as opposed to through their own efforts elsewhere?
Because we can't quantify the outcomes of people who are using their application system outside the system, we're not able to say for the platform this is the outcomes that are established.
I would say Jobs and Skills Australia does do collect data on how employers hire people. And we could take on notice and provide you some of that detail, because it gets into, metro versus regional, how many jobs are recruited through online versus, kind of face-to-face or sort of word of mouth and things like that. So we could take that on notice and come back to you on that.
That'd be fantastic, thank you.
Thanks. All right, You.
I'll try and go fast.
Done. We'll be quiet.
Sarah is an individual in the digital program. She's been supported for the last 3 months using the Workforce Australia Online for Individuals. Throughout her reporting period, Sarah's received notifications and emails and SMSs reminding Sarah of the tasks required to continue to meet her requirements. Through this process, we're going to show Sarah actually receiving a first failure to meet her points target, which is the light touch re-engagement. Sarah is an individual in the digital program. She has not met her monthly points target and she receives a first warning and must agree to a light touch re-engagement declaration. This is the notification that we will send Sarah 2 days prior to she needs to have 2 days business, beg your pardon. She needs 2 business days to be able to go in and do her declaration to meet her requirements. She will receive an email or she will receive an SMS or both, and she will also receive something in her email to remind her that she has to do it. Noting that she's had numerous notifications along the way before she's got to this point. Sarah goes into the Workforce Australia platform. She goes into the declaration. As you can see, again, we've got the tasks that she needs to do as part of this, but we do make sure that she goes into the declaration and she needs to re-engage with this declaration for the light touch re-engagement.
This was a feature to transition to the new points-based activation system so that people could understand what their requirements were without having to accrue a demerit and the like. So that's why we call it light touch. So that was the transition rules that we've established.
So now that Sarah's declared that, her reporting period starts again. And again, we go back to you have 4 jobs that you need to do and you have 29 days to do it, and you also need to earn some points along the way. We're just going to show the second failure. So during a suspension reporting period, at least 28 days later, Sarah does not meet her obligation. She receives a new warning and must re-engage within 2 days by meeting all her obligations before her payment becomes suspended. So again, we will send her notifications throughout her reporting period to remind her that she needs to do her points and apply for positions. And now that she's in the warning stage, she now has 2 business days to re-engage. Again, we go in and she can view her participation history. This is advising her of the demerit point at this point, and if she continues to miss it, she may have her payment put on hold. The reason she did get a demerit point is she did not meet her points requirements. Sarah's decided she would prefer face-to-face servicing to support her obligations and find a job. She decides to find an employment service provider to talk to and opts out of the digital service. So we'll show you how Sarah can actually opt out. Now there's 2 ways. She can ring the digital contact centre if she's having some issues, or she can do it through her online account. All she needs to do is go into her provider support, find a provider. Sarah has a choice of providers that she can go to. Once she confirms the provider that she would like to transfer to, we ask her the reason which she is transferring to, and Sarah's confirming that she wants face-to-face servicing. Once she's done that, Sarah is now being transferred to a provider. Sarah's opted out and she will commence with her new provider within 10 days, but all her non-compliance ends instantly. So that means that none of her payments will be suspended at this point. Sarah's with her provider and she does not meet her obligations. She accrues her first demerit point for non-compliance and moves into the warning zone. This is just showing how the system is interacting with this as we're going along. This is the first demerit point, which is entering her into the warning zone. Again, she missed her appointment with her provider. Sarah does not have to use the digital platform at this point in time. She has the option to just work with her provider, but the digital platform will continue to be updated with everything that happens through Sarah's journey. So if she does happen to log in, she can actually see what's happening. Sarah conducts her reasons for non-compliance with her provider. If the provider assesses that Sarah has a valid reason they can cancel the demerits in Workforce Australia Online for providers and restore Sarah's payment. If her provider doesn't accept her reason as valid, her provider will set a re-engagement requirement for Sarah to meet to restore her payment. We do have a system for Workforce Australia Online for providers, which our providers use, and this is one of the screens that providers are actually able to see, and they can actually see the reasons why Sarah has not attended her appointment. They can overrule that through this system, so they can say that she was compliant. We're just giving you a bit of a snippet of what our providers are seeing through here. We'll move into the third demerit point. I'm not going to go through all 5. I'll just warn you at this point.
So that judgment by the provider is quite important for Sarah. Did you have an acceptable reason or not? And that's a judgment that the provider is being tasked in the current system to make.
Yes.
And there's guidance around that from the department about what sorts of things would constitute a reasonable excuse. So they're not, they've got discretion within that guidance around what can be considered. Yep.
So we're up to the capability interview. So Sarah accrues another 2 demerit points over the following weeks. As she has now 3 demerit points, she's required to attend a capability interview with her provider to assess if she is capable of meeting her obligations. So in here, we remind her that she has a re-engagement capability interview with her provider and the time and the date, and we encourage her to attend that interview. Sarah has the capability interview with her provider. The capability interview is an opportunity for the provider and Sarah to discuss her circumstances and capability to meet her requirements. A capability interview best practice guide is available to providers to assist them with this process. The outcome will determine whether Sarah continues in the warning zone or returns to the green zone with her demerits reset to 0. If the provider determines she is not capable of meeting her requirements, the demerit points become expired, and we capture all of that, and she goes back into the green zone. If the provider determines she is capable of meeting her requirements, the system will remain with the demerit points and the capability, and she will remain in the warning zone. We'll move straight to the 5th. We will pass the 4th because it's the same process, and again, Sarah will receive notifications throughout her reporting period to remind her to do her tasks. So Sarah has accrued 2 more demerit points in total, and 5 in total. She must have a capability assessment with Services Australia. The outcome of the assessment will determine whether Sarah returns to the green zone or enters the penalty zone. At this point, Sarah's payment is on hold as she is in the capability assessment, and she needs to contact Services Australia to work through that assessment to remove the penalty on her payment. The outcome of the assessment determines whether Sarah is returned to the green zone or moves to the penalty zone. Sarah might go into the penalty zone and never have any further non-compliance event reported. However, Services Australia may apply a financial penalty if she has another non-compliant event reported without a valid reason. So in here again, we will show you, so this is just showing that Sarah has 3 demerit points, a capability interview, another 2 demerit points, and a capability assessment. And again, we continue to remind Sarah of what the penalties are through this process. All non-compliant events in the penalty zone are reported to Services Australia, who is responsible for determining all financial penalties. Services Australia will talk to the participant and will apply a financial penalty if the participant doesn't have a valid reason for the non-compliance. As you can see, for the first penalty, the participant loses 1 week of payment. For the second penalty, the participant loses 2 weeks of payment, and the third penalty is the payment is cancelled and the participant cannot reapply for 4 weeks. This is a little bit of a snapshot of what we've just gone through. And
we've already asked on notice, I think earlier, for information about payment cancellations, which effectively is everything in the penalty zone, is it? Or
In the red zone?
in the red zone,
Yes,
sorry.
financial penalties, yes.
Yep, okay.
Putting aside the issue around suspensions and things of that nature, but yes, that's where the financial penalties do apply. Loss of payments.
Okay.
that's the end of Sarah, Lee and Richard. I can show a little bit of the mobile app that supports if you would like, but again, we will share this link with you and you can explore that if you like, further keeping
Just flip us through for a couple of minutes just to show us very briefly while we're here.
So our mobile app is supportive to about 40% of the website at this point in time. The mobile app is continuing to be enhanced over time. They can search and apply for positions through the mobile app. If the mobile app needs to access the website, what it will do is it will be responsive and it will make sure that the mobile app can actually be responsive and use the mobile app rather than going to the website. So in here, they can find candidates, they can search for jobs, and it's all scrollable through this process. Oh, God.
So it's essentially a subset of the functionality for individuals and businesses that you've seen on the website is available in a native mobile app. Yep.
So it's very similar to, if you like, the dichotomy between a bank website and a mobile version. You've got a limited functionality mobile interface.
You don't get all the detailed content, etc.
Okay, and people can do most of their basic reporting on the app,
correct.
But some of the more complex functions then sit with the website.
Yes.
And a majority of our individuals are using our mobile app and a smaller cohort are using our website. Just note that this button up the top here is not on the mobile app, it's just for our presentation purposes.
Disclaimer noted. Look, I think that's kind of given us what I was seeking in terms of just at least a bit of an understanding and an insight. I know it's a high-level way and we're not actually candidates or participants in the system, but a bit of an understanding of what people are asked or required to do. You've taken a bunch of questions on notice. So you took Sarah out of digital services, or Sarah took herself out of digital services. If Sarah had stayed in digital services, could she have effectively had the same trajectory?
So if she had accrued 3 demerits while in online, the Digital Services Contact Centre would have conducted a capability interview with Sarah and then determined and had a conversation with her to say, what's going on? We think actually that you may be better being serviced by a provider. And it could have been kind of that discussion, and then could have confirmed the demerits, but likewise then said, actually, that might have said, no, you are capable, but we still think that you might be better off going to a provider. And then the contact centre or Sarah could have just facilitated the transfer to the provider.
Right, so if Sarah doesn't want to go, can the contact centre say, look, this is actually not working, you need to go to a provider, or...?
Can I just check? But my understanding is we can't compel them to do it at that point. After 12 months, they are exited if they're not working, studying, training. But we can be
What's the evidence base? This sort of goes back to the first session and this, but what's the evidence base for saying 12 months in the system is the right amount of time? And I understand, we've heard I've heard in discussions with visits to providers, there's a pretty common complaint that 12 months is too long. I understand there's a degree of self-interest there because providers would naturally want to get their hands on an easier-to-help cohort and get them out of the digital world. But what's the actual reason for 12 months? Because people do become significantly less employable after 12 months unemployed.
Well, we did provide a question on notice, a response back to that, so I've just got to refresh my memory.
My recollection of that question, I read it on the weekend, was that in the exit interviews from the online employment services model trial, people said, we reckon 12 months is a good idea, so that's what the department adopted.
So initially with the online employment services trial, it was 6 months. Under the new employment services trial, it was infinity in a way, like we didn't actually have a hard exit.
Right.
So then what we were trying to do is find a way to be able to come, based on individual experiences and the like, and we've settled on 12 months. So with some built-in safeguards as well to determine that. Experience is that a lot of job seekers in our digital system will exit within 4 months, and some of that evidence, I think maybe Louise might have shown that, or she had Ms. Arantz. But so we've kind of tried to strike the right balance. But it may be that we revisit that again. But there is a, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the parliamentary or the question on notice, and it does note that preliminary quantitative analysis based on departmental admin data shows that within 12 months of service commencement, the exit rates from income support or employment services for job seekers in the online employment service were not lower than those in provider services after controlling for job seeker characteristics. That's an example of the evaluation of evidence from the earlier trial that informed the decision that 12 months was the kind of Goldilocks period. Yeah.
And that's one of those things you don't need to wait for the evaluation 6 years hence. You'll be keeping an eye on whether there's a divergence between what you would expect versus what you're observing.
So built into the system as well, we have, particularly for participants in our online system, we have digital service reviews as well. So built along in the process so that we reach out to that participant to say, they may not have even accrued a demerit, we don't want them to, but if they, and it's not based on that, it's just to check to see how they're tracking. And depending on how they respond, we will then maybe suggest that they may still likewise be better off being serviced by a provider.
Okay. Any final questions on this aspect of things before we close the public hearing? Aaron's a no. Russell, you good? I'm good. Louise? Speak no.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Good. Okay. All right. Can I thank all of the witnesses who's presented in this marathon public hearing today, our first public date, and I'll declare... Oh, you've taken a number of questions on notice. You'll get the Hansard. You'll have an opportunity to correct things. It's probably a closing statement. No, that's all right. You know the drill. And there's a bunch of questions on notice and things that we're further interested in. So I'll declare this public hearing closed. Wait for broadcast to go off.